4,500 years ago. Northern Europe is slowly emerging from the Stone Age. In the Mediterranean, the roots of two great civilizations, Greece and Rome, have yet to take hold. In Mesopotamia, the mighty empire of Assyria is still far in the future. But to the south, on the northeast tip of Africa, something unparalleled in antiquity is taking place. Rising from the banks of the Nile River in Egypt are three colossal pyramids, monuments to the most enduring civilization the world would ever see. When the Greek historian Herodotus visited Egypt 4.5 centuries before the birth of Christ, he was awestruck. The wonders were greater than those of any other land, he observed. There were pyramids taller than any man-made structures on Earth. Avenues of sphinxes, half man, half beast. And towering stone pillars called obelisks. There were giant statues of long-dead pharaohs. And exotic mummies encased in gold. And everywhere, the enigmatic symbols of its sacred writing. Here, reaching across the chasm of time, was a civilization that had flourished for more than 3,000 years. To the ancients, Egypt was already ancient. Cleopatra, who ruled during the 1st century BC, is closer in time to us than she is to the pharaohs who built the pyramids. Egypt is so old that for centuries its origins remained shrouded in mystery. Even the Egyptians weren't really sure how old they were or where they came from. Herodotus said Egypt was the gift of the Nile. But the Egyptians knew from the beginning that life on the Nile could be precarious. Isolated by an endless expanse of desert, vulnerable to a river that was unpredictable, and a climate that could dramatically change, civilization in Egypt was forged in part by the realities of a harsh environment. The Egyptians called it chaos. Lurking in the background were powerful forces waiting to be unleashed. Because disaster could strike at any moment, the Egyptians clung to a profound belief. Order, not chaos, was the will of the gods. To maintain order and keep chaos at bay, the Egyptians envisioned a king who was a living god, the earthly manifestation of Horus the hawk, ruler of the skies. Pitted against him was the unruly god Seth, the harbinger of chaos. The eternal conflict between order and chaos would ultimately guide the destiny of Egyptian civilization. But the true story of how it came about vanished in antiquity. In the twilight of Egypt's greatness, around 300 BC, a priest named Manetho began the awesome task of compiling the first complete history of Egypt. The challenge would have been daunting, yet in temple libraries and on the walls of Egypt's most sacred places, volumes had already been written. A 1,000 years before Manetho was born, the pharaoh Seti I built a temple at Abydos dedicated to Osiris, the god of the dead. In a special hall of the ancestors, his son, the future Ramesses II, is shown reading from a papyrus. The document, carved on the wall in hieroglyphs, contains a list of 76 royal names in chronological order. Each name is encircled by a stylized coil of rope. The symbol, called by Egyptologists a cartouche, identifies a king. Together, the kings ruled over 2,000 years of Egyptian history. Using temple documents such as these, Manetho organized his history into 30 royal dynasties. The earliest name on the list is Mene. King Mene founded Egypt's first dynasty about 3100 BC. According to Manetho, he reigned for 60 years, during which he expanded Egypt's borders and won great acclaim before being carried off by a hippopotamus. Before King Mene, Egypt was ruled by demigods called the spirits of the dead, but their names were long forgotten. Were the spirits of the dead history or mythology? Where did Egyptian civilization really begin? Ironically, not along the banks of the Nile. "70 miles west of the Nile in the Sahara Desert, it's so hot and dry, what little rain that falls evaporates before it hits the ground. Here, in this desolate landscape, lived a tribe of nomads who just may have been the ancestors of the pharaohs. Fred Wendorf of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, heads an international team of archaeologists who've been scouring the desert looking for signs of human occupation. In 1974, they located an ancient settlement on the rim of a shallow basin they call Napta Playa. The Sahara was not always parched and arid. Radiocarbon dating reveals that at about 8,000 BC, tropical Africa's summer monsoon shifted northward, increasing the rainfall on the desert and allowing seasonal lakes to form. One such lake was Napta Playa. Here, surrounded by stretches of grassland to feed their livestock, people could take shelter from the heat and the vagaries of the desert. But the rain was unpredictable. Without it, the lake dried up. 3 days without water meant the difference between life and death. With survival hanging in the balance, a remarkable thing happened. Co-leader of the expedition, Rumold Schild of the Polish Academy of Sciences, has discovered a tiny circle of stones, a Stonehenge in miniature, but 2,000 years older. He thinks it was used to predict the coming of the rainy season.
Well, this humble pile of rocks that you see here is actually one of the oldest calendars ever found. This one consisted of a stone ring and two upright stone alignments that I call gates. You can see them here and there, and one of the alignments points to the north, exactly. The other one, though, that you can see in this, going in this direction, points to the position of the sun on the 21st of June. That is the beginning of summer, the beginning of the rain season in this belt of Africa.
The discovery of this calendar circle only hinted at what was to come. Nearby, several unusual stones were also found, arranged in circles marking the location of deep pits. The stones, some weighing over 1.5 tons, didn't come from Napta Playa. They'd been dragged here from a distant quarry. For the desert dwellers to transport large stones and erect them required an incredible amount of effort and organization. The question is, why? Fred Wendorf thinks they may mark the graves of important people or honor their spirits. Perhaps someone powerful enough to intercede with the gods and bring rain. One of the most imposing objects was found in this pit, perhaps the final resting place of a ruler or a chieftain. At first it looked like an ordinary boulder, but when Wendorf examined it more closely, it turned out to be a primitive sculpture.
We found this very large and carefully shaped stone down in this hole about 1 meter above the large bedrock outcrop here that's shaped like a mushroom. You can see how carefully it's worked and smoothed on the surfaces, sharp edge, and you can see how they were able to control the length of the piece by making grooves in this face here, which you can see. And then by using a wedge, they were able to strike off the flakes at exactly the points that they wanted to. This is altogether a very impressive piece of stonework, and it may well mark the beginning of Egyptian fascination with working in large stones. It is also an important marker of social rank, because the ability to control large numbers of men that were needed to shape this stone, to bring it into position, to shape the bedrock below, required that there would be numerous people for a considerable period of time to accomplish all of this. And this indicates that this individual had a higher rank than the others.
Here, 7,000 years ago, the first crude monuments in Egypt rose from the desert to honor a fallen king and bring order out of chaos. But for the people of Naphtali, the sands of time were running out. Around 5000 BC, the summer monsoon began to shift again, this time south. The rains eventually stopped, and oases like Naphtali permanently dried up. Forced to abandon the desert, the settlers headed due east, towards the Nile. The Nile is Egypt's lifeblood. From origins deep in East Africa, the river flows northward some 4,000 miles before reaching Egypt's Nile Valley, an oasis over 600 miles long. For the last 100 miles, it fans out into a wide delta before spilling into the Mediterranean Sea. Throughout Egyptian history, the Nile was both a blessing and a curse. Once a year, swollen by monsoon rains in Ethiopia, the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich soil Egyptians called the Black Land. Without it, Egypt would be barren. With it, one of the most fertile regions on Earth. But in the past, the river was as unpredictable as rain in the desert. Too high a flood could destroy villages. Too low a flood meant famine. To escape the chaos of uncertainty, the Egyptians devised the world's first calendar based on 3 seasons of 4 months each. It's the model for the calendar we use today. But this time, they weren't watching the weather. They were watching the Nile. The time of the flood was called inundation. The time of emergence was when the water receded and crops could be planted. During the dry period, when the Nile was lowest, the crops were harvested. Working together, the Egyptians dug wells, built dikes to protect their villages, and developed the rudiments of geometry to redraw their property lines each year. By 4000 BC, after the people of Napta Playa had settled in the Nile Valley, the first glimmerings of Egyptian civilization began to appear. Beautifully decorated pottery, animal-shaped palettes designed for mixing cosmetics, and flint knives so well made they've never been equaled, some with elaborately carved ivory handles. Gradually, between 4000 and 3000 BC, two powerful kingdoms emerged. Because the Nile flows from south to north, the kingdom that flourished in the Nile Delta is called Lower Egypt, the land of the papyrus plant. The kingdom of Upper Egypt, the land of the lotus, blossomed in the Nile Valley. The symbols of the two kingdoms are woven together throughout Egyptian history. They signify the union of the two lands into the world's first great civilization. What has long puzzled archaeologists is how and when unification took place. Renee Friedman of the University of California at Berkeley and her colleagues are looking for clues at the site of the ancient capital of Upper Egypt.
What you got over there, Sean?
We got what appears to be a man.
Called by the Greeks Hierakonpolis, the city of the hawk, it was Egypt's first city.
Any soft material preservation?
About 35 to 50-year range.
Today, its monuments and structures are long gone. Instead, craters dug by robbers litter the site. A century ago, archaeologists thought that all that was left of the desert was a plundered cemetery not worth exploring. Little did they know that hidden in the sand was a wealth of new information. New discoveries show that by 3500 BC, Hierakonpolis was one of the most important settlements along the Nile. Over 2 miles long, it was a bustling community of farmers, administrators, craftsmen, and potters. One potter was manufacturing cookware for his neighbors. He signed his pots by pressing his thumb into the wet clay just below the rim. 5,000 years later, fragments still cover the ground near his kiln. Because of a freak industrial accident, it is possible to identify his home.
These are the remains of the potter's house. It's the oldest preserved house in all of Egypt, and we owe its fine preservation to the fact that the potter worked a little bit too close to where he lived. Fortunately for us, but unfortunately for him, one day a shift in the wind caused the fire from the kiln to travel the short distance to the house, setting it alight. The fire reddened and hardened the native silts and the mud bricks that formed the lower portion of the house, and reduced the posts and the mats of its walls to the charcoal and ash that we see here.
On the north side of town was a vast industrial complex of bakeries, Egypt's earliest known breweries, and granaries for storing wheat. But the most important structure in Hierakonpolis was uncovered in 1985 when archaeologists stumbled upon several large holes 6 feet deep, large enough to support massive wooden columns 20 feet tall.
These columns formed the facade of a massive shrine that would have dominated the entire temple complex and the town of Hierakonpolis as a whole.
This is the earliest known temple in Egypt. Nowhere was the power of the king more evident. During ritual ceremonies, the king, seated on a throne, would oversee the sacrifice of animals to the hawk god Horus, the patron of all future kings of Egypt. Designed to evoke the silhouette of a crouching animal with horns and a tail, the temple was lavishly appointed with colored mats and pillars, perhaps made from cedars imported from Lebanon. The prototype of all the great temple complexes to come, it dominated the landscape of Hierakonpolis. But for now, the city of the hawk had a rival, Buto, the capital of Lower Egypt. Situated north of modern Cairo in the Nile Delta, today all that remains of Buto is a huge mound of earth and debris, and these stones and statues which are dated 2,000 years later. But in this trench, archaeologists have uncovered the fragments of hundreds of clay pots dating back to the same period as Hierakonpolis, 3,500 BC and earlier. Dina Faltings of the German Archaeological Institute is in charge of the excavation and an expert in the study of ancient pottery. By reassembling the fragments and comparing them to pottery from Hierakonpolis, she's made a surprising discovery. Buto in early times was the home of a very different culture. The pots from Buto are less sophisticated than those from Upper Egypt.
You have here a lump of clay on the bottom, and then they put in some upright slabs, and they just squeeze this together and burnish the surface to close it. In contrast to that, we have some imports from Upper Egypt, like this pot. It's a very little elegant form. The quality is, you can hear it, it's much tighter. And, well, this comes from much better technology. They had better kilns in Upper Egypt. And obviously, the Lower Egyptian people who made this kind of pots realized that too, so they tried to imitate these pots. But with their Lower Egyptian technique and skill, which is not very high, so they didn't do a very good job.
Dina Faltings' work at Buto reveals that by 3200 BC, the superior culture of Upper Egypt had swept through Lower Egypt, and the two kingdoms became one. But was the transformation peaceful? Or was it bloody? The union of the two kingdoms along the Nile was a milestone in Egyptian civilization. But how it came about was a nagging question. All archaeologists had to go on was a single object found at Hierakonpolis in 1898. This exquisite ceremonial pallet, made of slate, dates back to around 3100 BC. It was dedicated by a king of Upper Egypt called Narmer, who some believe was the legendary King Mene, Egypt's first pharaoh. On one side, Narmer, wearing a bulbous crown, is about to strike down a prisoner in the presence of Horus, the hawk god of Hierakonpolis. On the other side of the pallet, Narmer, wearing a crown with a curled tongue, appears in a procession moving towards two rows of decapitated prisoners. The lions, their long necks intertwined, symbolize unification. The key to understanding Narmer's pallet is in the crowns. In Upper Egypt, the king donned a white crown with a bulbous tip. In Lower Egypt, a red crown with a long protruding tongue. Together they form a double crown, signifying that Pharaoh had become the lord of the two lands. For the next 3,000 years after unification, the image of the king wearing a double crown would appear on statues and temples throughout Egypt to reinforce his dominion over all the land. Narmer's pallet seemed to confirm that unification occurred after a bloody conquest. But for a century it remained the only evidence, until a tiny object turned up at Egypt's oldest royal graveyard, Abydos. Believed to be the final resting place of Osiris, the god of the dead, the ground is strewn with broken pots, the shattered remains of offerings to one of Egypt's most important gods. Long before the pharaohs carved their tombs in the Valley of the Kings or built the pyramids, Egypt's first rulers were buried here in large brick-lined graves. Extensively explored around the turn of the century, Abydos was thought to have yielded up all of its secrets until 1977, when German archaeologist Günther Dreyer reopened the site. Since then, he and his team have reinvestigated the tombs of several early kings, including that of King Narmer.
ايوه ايوه ماسك كويس ايوه.
Dreyer is excited about the discovery of an ivory label. Labels like this were originally attached to jars of oil. Small as it is, it contained a big surprise. It seems to depict the event on Narmer's pallet.
This is an ivory label of King Narmer found near his tomb. Such labels served to indicate the date of shipments of oil. At that time, dates were indicated by names of years, and these names were chosen after the most important events of that year. In this case, it's a victory of King Narmer over the Delta people. And obviously, it's the same event as depicted on the famous Narmer palette. From this, we may conclude that the Narmer palette indeed refers to a historical event which took place in a certain year.
But the label is only one piece of the puzzle. Another discovery at Abydos suggests that the process of unification had begun long before Narmer. Under these mounds of rubble, Dreyer found the tombs of kings from a previously unknown dynasty, which Egyptologists now call Dynasty 0. In the tombs were more labels, even more astonishing than the first. Here, etched in ivory, was clear-cut proof the Egyptians had developed a fully evolved system of writing, not only earlier than previously thought, but earlier than the Sumerians in Mesopotamia, who are credited with being the first to produce a written language. The earliest Sumerian writing, seen here, was an accounting system made up of simple pictures and numbers. Egyptian writing already contained sound signs like modern alphabets. The hieroglyphs on these labels all represent sounds. The snake stands for the sound J. Along with two triangles, it spells out the word Ju, which means mountain. The symbols read, the mountains of darkness, referring to the west where the sun sets. The hieroglyphs on other labels indicate the king was already collecting taxes from both Upper and Lower Egypt. A sure sign unification had already taken place. To consolidate the kingdom, a new capital was built exactly where Upper and Lower Egypt meet. Founded by King Mene, who Egyptologists believe is the historical King Narmer, Memphis was destined to be the greatest city in the land. For 3,000 years, the pharaohs would rule Egypt from Memphis. Yet today, all that's left are ruins, but none dating back to the time of King Narmer. Egyptologists have long assumed that the ancient capital was always located here. But David Jeffries of the Egypt Exploration Society thinks Memphis was somewhere else and has spent 9 years trying to find it. Using a simple manual drill, he has taken a series of core samples from fields 2 miles west of the ruins. The cores uncovered a substantial layer of artifacts 10 feet below the surface.
Typically, what we expect to find in this area, just a few meters down from the position that we've reached at the moment, is pottery in the lowest level, the lowest silt level, pottery that represents the period around 3000 BC of the earliest kings of unified Egypt, and which represent the foundation of the national capital in this area.
What would cause the nation's first capital, a grand city of palaces and temples, homes and administrative buildings, to pick up and move? Two great natural forces, the desert and the Nile.
We're standing here on the very edge of the Western Desert, looking over the Nile Valley towards the cliffs on the east side, The valley is only 7 kilometers wide here. It's as narrow as it is anywhere in this northern part of the Nile Valley. And what we believe we've established, we're looking down at the area where we've been doing these drill cores, what we believe we've established is that the river flowed very close to this desert edge and that the city actually stood along it, directly below where we are, and that as sand swept in from the western desert and as the river at the same time moved eastwards, that the city followed the movement of the river to where the recognized ruin field is today, about 3 kilometers across the valley.
The chaos of the shifting Nile on one side and the encroaching desert on the other haunted the Egyptians throughout their history. To overcome the ever-present threat of danger, they would put their faith in one man and the power of the gods. To protect themselves from disaster, the Egyptians vested their king with absolute power and worshipped him as a god. Only a god could talk to gods, and only a god could avert chaos. To preserve order, called Maat, personified as a seated goddess with a feather on her head, the pharaoh undertook daily rituals. To appease the gods, he built elaborate temples and furnished them with food, drink, and other offerings. Chaos came in many forms. It could manifest itself as a violent storm, sand blowing off the desert, or a foreign enemy. Images of the pharaohs as triumphant warriors are repeated again and again throughout Egyptian history. This one of Ramesses II appears on a temple constructed nearly 2,000 years after Narmer conquered Lower Egypt. Ramesses probably never led an army into battle. The image is more symbolic than real. A message to all who saw it that the king fulfilled his sacred duty to maintain Maat, the divine order. More likely, the pharaohs supervised their military campaigns from afar. In 2280 BC, a senior court official named Weni ordered the details of his extraordinary career carved on the walls of his tomb. Weni relates how his pharaoh, King Pepi, dealt with a tribe of marauding nomads.
When His Majesty took action against those who dwell in the deserts of the East, he raised an army of many tens of thousands from all over Upper Egypt. There were noblemen, seal bearers, chieftains, and mayors. I was the one who commanded them. This army returned in safety. It had ravaged the sand dwellers' land. It had sacked its strongholds. It had thrown fire in all its mansions. His Majesty praised me for it beyond anything.
With awesome power and destructive force, chaos could also erupt out of nowhere. Not far from the site of ancient Memphis, in a stone quarry at Helwan, 20 miles south of Cairo, is the world's oldest dam. Although it's hard to envision after 4,000 years, This massive pile of stone was part of a huge engineering project designed to control flash floods. Fascinated by early Egyptian technology, Günther Dreyer made a detailed study of the dam. He calculates it took 500 men 10 years to build it, hauling into place some 184,000 tons of stone. By any standards, the dam was an extraordinary attempt to thwart chaos. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
The dam spanned the wadi from over there to there and had a length of about 330 feet and a height of 42 feet. It was rather solidly built. In a cross-section, it would look like that. At the base, a length of 300 feet. On top, about 150 feet. It consisted of 3 parts. In the middle, a loose filling of sand, and on both sides, a package of rough stones, covered by a casing of dressed limestone blocks. Unfortunately, the dam was overflowed before it was finished. The water came over here and destroyed the unfinished part, and then within a few minutes, huge amounts of water ran down the wadi and destroyed all installations downwards. And so the work of about 10 years and 500 workmen was just in vain.
For the Egyptians who built it, the disaster was a tragic reminder of how destructive the forces of nature could be and of the need for constant vigilance. It was the Egyptians' unique vision of the cosmos, shaped by their environment, that sustained the world's most enduring civilization. At the center of it all was the king. With skills forged by his ancestors in the desert and honed along the banks of the ever-changing Nile, he maintained the balance of the universe with justice and piety. He fought the unrelenting onslaught of nature, social upheaval, even the supernatural. But in the end, there was one final, immutable battle with chaos that no one could escape. Although the king was a god, he was also a man. He was going to die. To avoid calamity, he ordered the Egyptians to begin hauling large stones to the desert's edge. Slowly, a new kind of monument arose that would come to symbolize the king's ultimate triumph. The triumph of eternal life. The age of the pyramid builders had begun. The year is 2350 BC. The funeral of a pharaoh named Unas. But this is not a day of mourning, it's a celebration. For 3,000 years, the Egyptians clung to a cherished belief in the resurrection of the human spirit. Today, the soul of the pharaoh is being reborn. But the journey into the afterlife is not without its obstacles. These magic spells will guarantee a safe passage. The pharaoh's quest for eternity would inspire the most colossal monuments ever built in antiquity. The pyramids of Giza, near modern Cairo, are the world's most enduring testament to time. The oldest and the largest is the Great Pyramid. For over 4,000 years, it was the tallest man-made structure on Earth. Built of limestone, it's estimated that over 3 million blocks were quarried and hoisted into place, some weighing up to 15 tons apiece. The sheer wonder and perfection of the pyramids led Western travelers to speculate on who really built them and why. No mortal, and certainly no ancient Egyptian, could raise such immense stones. Was it the Creator himself to conceal his divine plan for the universe? Or was it the fabled civilization of Atlantis to house their ancient wisdom? Perhaps visitors from outer space. But what self-proclaimed experts and mystics failed to observe was that the pyramids at Giza were not isolated phenomena. From Cairo to Aswan, 650 miles south along the Nile Valley, scores of pyramids dot the landscape. Most the final resting place of the pharaohs and their queens, and most inexorably linked to the search for immortality. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the pyramid had its origins at the dawn of time. In the beginning, there was darkness and a formless ocean of chaos. Out of it arose a mound. On this mound appeared the sun god Ra, the embodiment of all life and energy, all light and warmth. Ra crossed the sky. Then at sunset, he plunged back into the chaotic abyss, only to be reborn the next morning at sunrise. The Egyptians hoped that by uniting their spirits with the sun god, they too could be swept into the cycle of eternal life. The pyramid was the vehicle to immortality, the resurrection machine. Seen as the mound of creation, it was part of an elaborate process conceived to assist the pharaoh on his journey to the afterlife. But no two pyramids were alike. Written on the walls of King Unis's tomb is a virtual guide to immortality. Called the Pyramid Texts, it's filled with arcane formulas and spells. One to rid the pharaoh of all wrongdoings. A soul full of sin can't go to heaven. One to protect him from scorpions and snakes he might encounter along the way. One to announce his arrival to the sun god Ra. Unis's tomb presents an extraordinary vision of the afterlife. A self-contained resurrection machine, it was born out of the soil and psyche of the Egyptian people. But until now, the true story of the pyramids would remain as obscure as those who built them. Towering over an ancient cemetery at Saqqara, some 10 miles south of Cairo, is Egypt's first pyramid. Called the Step Pyramid, it's also the first tall structure ever built in stone. Dedicated to the resurrection of King Djoser in 2610 BC, the Step Pyramid was something new. Before, the Egyptians had built their monuments of mud brick and wood. But here, not just a pyramid, but an entire complex of chapels and courtyards had been rendered for eternity in imperishable stone. The mastermind behind Djoser's complex was the king's minister and architect, Imhotep. A scholar and self-made man, his achievement earned him the title of vizier, the highest official in the land. Later, the Egyptians would even worship him as a saint. But recently, a new discovery far south of Saqqara, at the Royal Cemetery at Abydos, has raised the spectre of who the true genius behind the resurrection machine really was. Here, 500 years before the arrival of the pyramid, the first kings of Egypt were buried under low rectangular mounds of sand and gravel. Since 1995, Günther Dreyer of the German Archaeological Institute and his team have been excavating the tomb of King Khasakemui, who ruled Egypt in 2680 BC. The largest royal tomb at Abydos, it was filled with underground chambers fit for a king.
The tomb is built in sun-dried mud bricks. It has about 65 chambers, and its whole length is about 200 feet. The chambers were covered by means of wooden beams and matwork and above layers of mud brick. The large tomb pit was filled with sand, and above desert level there was a large mound, massive mound of sand and rubble.
The mound, called by Egyptologists a mastaba, echoed the primordial mound of creation, the symbol of rejuvenation. Half a mile away on the edge of the desert, Khasakemui also built a massive rectangular enclosure. Over 35 feet high and nearly 400 feet long, it's one of the oldest standing structures in the world made of brick. For decades, scientists thought it was a military fort. Locals thought it was the storehouse of Joseph, who predicted 7 fat years and 7 lean in the Bible. But they now know it was the pharaoh's palace of eternity. For archaeologist David O'Connor of New York's Institute of Fine Art, it's also a marvel of ancient engineering.
Although this huge enclosure was built almost 5,000 years ago, it was built on a very massive scale and very, very soundly, so an extraordinary amount of it has still survived to today. And as a result, we're really able to reconstruct what it originally would have looked like. For example, every external face had this series of recessed panels in it with a buttress and a recess and then another panel. These were plastered heavily with mud plaster and then painted white, so that instead of simply great blank white walls rising about 30 or 40 feet high, you had walls across the faces of which there was a ever-changing pattern of light and shade throughout the day as the sun moved around the monument.
The walls are a replica of those surrounding the king's actual palace and courtyard. The panels, an emblem of power. In life, the courtyard was a stage for the pageantry and ceremony of ancient Egypt. In death, a testament to faith in continuity. Kasekemwe's enclosure was the largest of several built at Abydos. But the king had more ambitious plans. In search of the perfect resurrection machine, he would become the first great builder in Egyptian history. In the shadow of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, Ian Matheson of the National Museum of Scotland is investigating a mystery that has puzzled archaeologists for years. Using a remote sensing device developed for oil exploration, he's investigating a landmark known as Gizr el Mudir, which means the enclosure of the boss.
And that's us over the other side of the wall now. 39.2.
In the 1940s, an aerial photograph revealed the outline of an immense stone structure almost ½ mile long and nearly ¼ mile wide. On the surface, only a few sections of the wall remain.
This is the inside of the wall on the north wall, and it stretches from this here over to the horizon, where you can see about 15 meters wide at this point here, made of local limestone. Then the wall continues to the end, and the whole width of the enclosure is about 350 meters from this side across to the other, and about 650 meters over the sight line you can see just now. The south wall is over the horizon. The actual size of the enclosure is almost twice the size of the Zoser Pyramid enclosure. It is an amazing construction, because if you look at the size of it, it must have been the largest stone construction that anyone could put up at that time in history, which is about 4,500 years ago.
Pottery found at the site indicates the enclosure may predate King Joseph's by 25 years, making it the oldest monumental building ever erected entirely of stone. If so, who built it? Only King Kasekemwe had the skill to make a more permanent bid for immortality. But no one could prove it until Günther Dreyer made an exciting new discovery at Abydos.
During our excavation, we found lots of seal impressions with inscriptions. And astonishingly, among them were several ones with the name of King Djoser. And from this we may conclude that Djoser buried Khazad-Khemui must have been his immediate successor. This is quite important for the understanding of the development of the royal tomb.
The revelation that Djoser succeeded Khazad-Khemui filled in a long-standing gap in Egyptian history. Egyptologists knew that Djoser was Khazad-Khemui's stepson, but other contenders were vying for the throne. The seals not only confirmed the succession, now, for the first time, archaeologists could trace the evolution of the pyramid from its infancy. Borrowing on his father's grand scheme for the afterlife, King Djoser then took it one step further.
When Djoser built his tomb, he decided to bring the two elements, tomb and large enclosure, together. But what happened? He built his tomb shaft, the chamber, and above the mound, the initial mastaba. And then the enclosure wall was built around it. But now the important mound was no longer visible. To solve this problem, they built several smaller mastabas on top of the first one. And they were quite visible over the enclosure wall. And so we have a step pyramid there.
A staircase to heaven is laid for him, that he may ascend it to the sky, says one of the oldest fragments of Egyptian writing. The journey from a simple dirt mound to the world's first pyramid sprang from a powerful vision of the hereafter, one that would inexorably alter the landscape of Egypt. Although the next few attempts at pyramid building failed, the monument at Saqqara would inspire another dreamer to reach for the stars. This odd-looking ruin near the village of Mortum, some 50 miles south of Cairo, marked the beginning of a new chapter in the evolution of pyramids. The only full-size step pyramid completed after King Djoser's, it's also the last one like it ever built. Called the False Pyramid in Arabic, it eventually collapsed as the result of ancient stone robbing. But not before the remarkable man behind it had already decided to try something different. Snefru was revered as a benevolent and good-humored king. A true visionary, he would become Egypt's greatest pyramid builder. For him, Mortum was just the beginning. Moving north to Dashur, Snefru built 2 more monuments. What is now known as the Bent Pyramid would have surpassed the Great Pyramid of Giza if the builders had kept to their plans. But halfway through construction, it began to crack. Rainer Stadelmann of the German Archaeological Institute is an expert on King Snefru's projects. Allowed unprecedented access to the pyramid, he now knows exactly what went wrong.
This is a major crack. Many of these cracks happened during the construction of the pyramid because it was built on a weak ground. The king and his architects were very worried and unhappy about this. They even tried to reduce the angle of the pyramid, creating so the appearance of the bent pyramid. But finally, nothing could be done. The pyramid had to be abandoned.
The pyramid had been erected on a sandy plain without a solid foundation. Eventually, it began to subside. To stabilize it, the builders changed the slope from 54 to 43 degrees, hoping to reduce its weight. But it was too late. Two miles away, Snefru launched his third and final pyramid. Quick to learn from their mistakes, the king's architects laid a foundation of limestone to prevent subsidence and settled on an angle of 43 degrees, the same as the top of the bent pyramid. Called the Red Pyramid for the glowing color of the local limestone, it's the first true geometric pyramid and Egypt's fourth tallest. Snefru could now ascend to heaven on a ramp that gleamed like the rays of the sun. The pyramid is entered by a long descending passageway, 3 feet square. At the bottom are 3 interconnected chambers, each over 40 feet high and each with a distinctive corbelled ceiling. Designed to support the weight of the pyramid above, they resemble a step pyramid in reverse. Pyramid within a pyramid not only reinforced the structure, the Egyptians believed it doubled the king's chances for resurrection.
With this sequence of 3 large and high rooms, King Snefru finally had achieved a burial place, an eternal residence he could be happy and content with. These rooms are constructed of large limestone blocks. The roof in layers of limestone blocks, everyone protruding about 15 centimeters. With this ingenious construction, the mass of the pyramid resting on it could be supported. There are about more than 2 million tons of stone on these rooms. But there's no crack and no danger in it. The roof represents religiously also the sky resting over the wooden sarcophagus in which King Snefru rested for eternity.
One of Rainer Stadelmann's most important discoveries at Dashur would finally answer 2 age-old questions. Who actually built the pyramids, and how long did it take?
When we started excavation here, we found a part of the casing still preserved. Other blocks had been fallen. On the reverse of these blocks, we found the name of the working gangs who constructed the pyramid. For example, the green one, in Egyptian, Wachet, the name of the king, King Snefru, and dates. With these dates, we could realize that after 2 years, already 6 layers of the pyramid have been constructed. 2 years later,
about 15 meters of the pyramid has been completed. And from another date, we learn that it took about 17 years to construct the whole pyramid.
To build his pyramids, Snefru would quarry more stone and harness more manpower than any other pharaoh during the Old Kingdom. But his successor would concentrate his energy on one, the greatest resurrection machine of them all. Rising from the Giza Plateau is the ultimate expression of the quest for eternity. Built for Snefru's successors, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaura, they are virtually man-made mountains. The superhuman scale of the Great Pyramid alone earned Khufu the reputation of a cruel tyrant. It contained enough stone to build a wall 3 feet high around the whole of France, according to Napoleon, who marveled at it in 1798. Time has been kinder to the pyramid of King Khafra. Only 2 feet smaller than the Great Pyramid, it's better preserved. The original limestone facing still decorates the summit. It also retains the remnants of several structures that were an integral part of the resurrection machine. At the base of the pyramid was a mortuary temple supplied with daily offerings of food and drink in the belief that even a dead king needed sustenance. From there, a covered causeway almost 1/3 of a mile long led to a valley temple, a monumental portal linking the desert plateau to the life-giving and purifying waters of the Nile. But Khafra added something new to the traditional pyramid complex. The Sphinx, one of Egypt's most haunting images. A sprawling lion with the head of a man, it reaches across time to proclaim the king, master of the world. On a journey to Egypt in 450 BC, the Greek historian Herodotus was told the pyramids were built by slaves. But all evidence of their existence seemed to vanish without a trace until American archaeologist Mark Lehner began mapping the Giza Plateau. Since then, he's uncovered proof that far from a labor camp, Giza was once a thriving community of workers the size of a small city, dedicated to serving the kings. South of the pyramids, a stone wall separates the tombs and temples of Giza from 40 acres of empty desert. It was here that Lehner and his team began their excavations.
This large stone wall is called the Wall of the Crow in Arabic, and it's played a major part in our thinking about where we're excavating. Our site is just to the south. Anywhere else in the world, and this would be a national treasure, actually it's been somewhat ignored here at Giza because it's dwarfed by the pyramids and the Sphinx. It's much bigger than you think. It actually, our trenches up against the wall shows that it is some 10 meters, 30 feet tall, and this gateway behind me, therefore, is about 21 feet tall, maybe one of the largest gates in the ancient world.
In 1991, they dug a trench, exposing thousands of pieces of pottery from the time of the pyramids. The pottery came from 2 rooms he believes were ancient bakeries. Several pots contained what looked like grain. To find out, he turned it over to archaeobotanists like Mary Ann Murray. In a flotation tank, the dirt falls to the bottom. What's left is vegetation. Later analysis confirmed it was wheat, possibly used for baking bread. The bakeries were attached to the back of a much larger mud brick building enclosed by a 5-foot thick wall. Inside were curious low benches and troughs, beautifully paved with desert clay. Lena and his team were baffled until they took a closer look at the dirt on the floor.
Scraping that back, sometimes with Swiss Army knives, we found these fibrous deposits, very fragile, that turned out to be the gills, fins, cranial parts, vertebrae of fish. Looking at some of the dirt filling the troughs, under a microscope, it was filled with fish bones scattered throughout. So we seem to have inside the enclosure of the mud brick building a facility for processing fish.
It soon became evident that Lena and his team had stumbled upon the kitchens that fed the pyramid builders. A short distance away, an ancient cemetery bears witness to the legions of craftsmen and laborers who stayed on to serve the dead kings. Built of stone left over from the pyramids, some are miniature mastabas with tiny courtyards and false doors bearing inscriptions of the owner's name. Others are simple graves topped with domes, a crude reflection of a pyramid. But all are resurrection machines. Zahi Hawass, director of the Giza pyramids, has been excavating the ancient cemetery of the workmen. From the engraved walls of one of the more interesting tombs, we can learn a little bit more about the lives of these once unknown people.
This man, his name is Nefertiti. He married two wives, and I believe it's very rare they lived with him in the same time. He had something like 11 children. But what's interesting, that his wife, his main wife, had a title in hieroglyphic called Yen-At. She was doing weaving. And underneath the false door, we have a very interesting scenes that never occurred in any tomb before. This man is making wine, and this man is making beer. Even in the offering table here, they're talking about 4 types of wine and 5 types of beer. Because the common diet for a workman and a king in ancient Egypt were drinking beer and eating bread. I really believe that this man, Nefertiti, once was in charge of the bakery located to the east of the tombs of the workmen.
So far, some 600 tombs have been discovered. It now appears that the Wall of the Crows was the barrier that separated the hallowed ground of the pyramids from the mundane world of those who built them. It's estimated 20,000 Egyptians were drafted to erect just one pyramid at Giza. In the years to come, nothing quite like them would ever be seen again. Time would not be so kind to Egypt's next dynasty of kings. These ruined tombs are called the Forgotten Pyramids. Located not far from south of Giza at a site called Abu Sir, they are smaller than their colossal predecessors and in poor condition. They are limestone casings stripped in Roman times. In 1893, local farmers digging among some pyramids stumbled upon over 300 fragments of papyrus. Because they were difficult to read, the fragments were dispersed and forgotten. Then, in 1976, one caught the attention of archaeologist Miroslav Werner, director of the Czech mission exploring Abu Sir. It mentioned the mortuary temple of a little-known king named Raneferef, whose tomb had never been found. Werner suspected it lay under tons of sand near an unfinished pyramid. Because the pyramid was incomplete, early archaeologists assumed it had never been used, but they were wrong. At its base, Werner found a once fully operational mortuary temple, complete with the largest cache of 5th dynasty sculpture in existence, including a rare painted limestone statue of the king, his head shielded by his protector, the falcon god Horus.
The pyramid complex was excavated in several previous seasons, and we are at present digging in the core of the pyramid, where we succeeded in discovering the entrance to the funerary apartment of Raneferef. We can expect, on the basis of what we have already found here in this area, in remains of the burial equipment of the king, possibly also fragments of his red granite sarcophagus, and who knows, maybe even remains of his mummy.
If Raneferef's mummy is found, this once-forgotten king will reign as the only Old Kingdom pharaoh to survive intact in his tomb. Raneferef probably died in his 20s before his pyramid was finished. But the practical business of resurrection took place in the mortuary temple. Its importance was confirmed by Werner's next and most significant discovery, an archive of rare documents describing the activities of the king's cult.
From the papyri found in this place, we have learned that the mortuary temple of Raneferef was a thriving religious center for at least 200 years after the king's death. About 200 priests, divided in 5 shifts, maintained the cult of the dead king by day and by night. By day they brought daily offerings consisting of bread, beer, meat, vegetables, fruit, etc. By night, some priests watched from the temple terrace the stars and kept the records.
The records from Abu Sir reveal a bureaucracy obsessed with detail. Meticulous inventories were kept of furnishings and cult objects, along with stockpiles and deliveries of food, and revenues collected from the king's estates. Duty rosters of priests charged with performing the daily rituals. Assignments included reviving the king's spirit, clothing his statue, and laying out sumptuous meals on the altars. What the king didn't eat, the priests did. According to one document, 130 bulls were slaughtered during one 10-day festival, all to honor a short-lived king. Raneferef's cult flourished for 200 years before it was finally abandoned and his tomb forgotten. Centuries later, the great resurrection machines would vanish from the Egyptian landscape, only to reappear in a very different form. In 1500 BC, the pharaoh Thutmose I instructed his architect named Eneni to build him a tomb. On the west bank of the Nile, opposite Thebes, Egypt's most important religious center, he found the perfect spot, an isolated canyon dominated by a huge pyramid-shaped mountain called the Qurn. Here, deep in the rock, Eneni carved out his tomb. Certain the body of his pharaoh would be secure, he left a touching inscription on the walls of his own tomb a few miles away. It reads, "I built the tomb of my majesty, no one seeing, no one hearing." Nearly 30 pharaohs would eventually be buried in what is now known as the Valley of the Kings. Immortality was assured by a stunning array of texts decorating the walls. While the Egyptians went underground, the pyramid would make a dramatic reappearance in another ancient but little-known kingdom. Hidden away in Nubia, in modern-day Sudan, is one of history's best-kept secrets. These pyramids are the relics of a once powerful civilization known as the Kingdom of Kush. The story of why they were built begins around 1400 BC. For centuries, Egypt had coveted the wealth of Nubia. The Kushites controlled vast resources of gold and other minerals. They also dominated the principal trade routes to the heart of Africa. In the reign of Thutmose III, Egypt finally conquered Nubia, and the Kingdom of Kush became part of Egypt. 700 years later, the Kushite rulers in turn laid claim to Egypt's throne. Their claim centered around a flat-topped mountain in Nubia called Jebel Barkal. The mountain fascinated the Egyptians. On its western flank, the shape of a strange pinnacle led them to believe it was sacred. American archaeologist Tim Kendall of the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, Massachusetts, has spent years unraveling the secrets of Jebel Barkal.
When the Egyptians came here, they saw in this strange rock formation the image of a very familiar symbol to them, a rearing cobra, which was called a uraeus, the symbol of kingship, which the kings wore on their crown. The cobra form seems to be wearing the white crown of the south, which symbolized kingship over the south.
The symbolism of the cobra and the white crown marked the presence at Jebel Barkal of Amun-Ra, Egypt's most important god, whose main home was in the temple of Karnak at Thebes. A form of Amun-Ra with a ram's head was believed to live inside the rock. His presence conferred kingship over all the Nile Valley, including Nubia. To honor Amun-Ra, the Kushite kings built a temple within the rock and decorated one wall with a depiction of the sacred mountain and the all-powerful god.
In this little temple built by Taharka, the greatest of the Kushite rulers of Egypt, we actually have a representation of Jebel Barkal. And here you see the cliff. The mountain's actually painted red-brown. And within the mountain sits the god, who's shown ram-headed. The Nubian Amun was always ram-headed. And here he's actually called Amun, Lord of the Thrones of the Two Lands, who is in the pure mountain, which is the name of Jebel Barkal. And here you see the great pinnacle represented as a rearing cobra, or a uraeus, with a sun disk on its head. When you see the mountain from the west side, the pinnacle actually looks like this. It has an orb on its top, and if you're standing there shortly after sunrise, the sun appears to come right out of the pinnacle and perch right on the top.
By 750 BC, Kushite rulers were considered legitimate pharaohs. Recognized as Egypt's 25th dynasty, 5 kings reigned for half a century, during which they donned Egyptian costumes and titles. They adopted Egyptian art and architecture and inaugurated a new era of pyramid building that would last for 1,000 years and produce some 200 pyramids, more than in all of Egypt. But Kushite pyramids had a style all their own. They are visibly smaller and steeper in angle than Egyptian pyramids, and their tops are flat. Their offering chapels look like miniature temples. But the biggest difference was how they were built. Egyptian kings constructed their own and were often buried inside them. When the Kushite kings died, they were buried underground and their pyramids erected over them. One of the most important pyramid fields is at Meroe. All the burial chambers were looted in antiquity, except for one, the tomb of a queen named Amanashakete. Here, in the last century, an Italian adventurer, Giuseppe Ferlini, discovered a fabulous cache of gold jewelry. The find triggered a wave of treasure hunting, during which the pyramids were systematically vandalized and some almost totally destroyed. The last pyramid ever built on the African continent was erected 4 centuries after the birth of Christ. Today, it's a heap of rubble. Still, the landscape of Meroe is a vivid reminder of a tradition that survived for 3,000 years and gave the world its most enduring symbol of the ancient past. In 1327 BC, ancient Egypt is in mourning. In the Valley of the Kings, craftsmen scurry to prepare a makeshift tomb. Barely 19 years old, the pharaoh Tutankhamun is dead. His tomb is borrowed. Only 4 small rooms, it's tiny by royal standards, but its contents are fit for a king. A throne bearing a portrait of the young king and his wife is sheathed in gold, while his coffin, the innermost one of 3, is cast in solid gold and weighs over a ton. The mask that covered the face of his mummy is considered one of the most beautiful works of art ever crafted in the precious metal. The treasures of Tutankhamun's tomb, the only one discovered intact in the Valley of the Kings, are only a glimmer of what ancient Egypt must have been like during its fabulous Age of Gold. For over 400 years, Egypt's pharaohs were laid to rest in the Valley of the Kings. Their tombs were carved out of solid rock, but the burial chamber was called the House of Gold. Because of its warm glow and indestructibility, gold was thought to be the flesh of the sun god Ra and contain supernatural powers. The pharaoh was the offspring of the sun, a living god. By lavishing him with gold, the flesh of the gods, the Egyptians believed the pharaoh was assured an eternal life. But it was not to be. Filled with treasure beyond the imagination, most of their tombs would be opened in antiquity and their mummies removed. Lying in state in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo are the remains of some of Egypt's most powerful pharaohs: Thutmose I, Thutmose II, Thutmose IV, Seti I, and Ramesses the Great. But Tutankhamun's tiny tomb, along with his name, was lost and virtually forgotten. When the tomb was finally uncovered in 1922, the most stunning archaeological find of all time made Tutankhamun the most famous name in Egyptian history. His treasures bore witness to the astonishing riches and power of Egyptian civilization during the Age of Gold. Envied for its wealth, Egypt was blessed with a seemingly inexhaustible supply of gold. Mined from the deserts east of the Nile Valley, and especially from Nubia, now the Sudan, it was virtually common as dust. I cast statues of the gods in gold and electrum, decorated with lapis lazuli and all fine stones, proclaims one of Tutankhamun's inscriptions. I built new ships to ply the waters and covered them with gold so that they illuminated the Nile. Tutankhamun was one of 14 kings that comprised Egypt's 18th dynasty. In 1550 BC, its founder, Ahmose I, inaugurated the new kingdom and launched the greatest empire the world had ever seen. At its height, Egypt's sphere of influence would stretch as far north as Syria and as far south as the central Sudan. But before Ahmose's reign, there was no empire. For 100 years, Egypt had been ruled by foreigners. Originally from Canaan, these foreigners, known as the Hyksos, had established a power base in the Nile Delta, giving them a stranglehold on the lucrative Mediterranean trade routes. The Hyksos had an advantage: better military technology. A superior form of battle axe was designed for piercing. Their bows, a composite made of wood, sinew, and horn, sent arrows streaming over longer distances. But their most potent weapon was something new: mobility. With a horse-drawn chariot, the Hyksos could move fast and wield their arms with deadly force. All Egypt paid obeisance to the foreigners, but with increasing reluctance. In Thebes, a family of local rulers, styling themselves as the true kings of Egypt, eventually rebelled. One of them, King Sekenenre-Ta, paid the ultimate price. Dr. Mohammed Saleh, the director of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, has grisly proof.
This is the mummy of Sekenenre-Ta, who died in the battlefield against the Hyksos. And as we unwrapped his body, we found so many mutilations and cuts, and you can see that he died in agony, and the face had cuts which would not have been done except only by weapons brought by the Hyksos to Egypt for the first time.
One of the weapons that did the damage was the battle axe distinctive to the Hyksos, its long, narrow blade perfectly suited to piercing bone. Humiliated by the presence of foreign rulers on Egyptian soil, Sekenenre-Ta had led the first open revolt against the Hyksos. After his death, his son, Kamose, took up the fight. Carved on a stela, a commemorative stone found in Thebes, is an account of the bitter hatred between Kamose and the king of the Hyksos, Ipepi. As mighty Amun endures, I will not leave you alone, the Egyptian promises his enemy. I will not let you tread the fields without being upon you. O wicked of heart, vile Asiatic, I shall drink the wine of your vineyard, lay waste your dwelling place, cut down your trees. The dwelling place of the Hyksos was a mighty fortress in the Nile Delta called Avaris. From there they ruled Egypt for 100 years. Then, like the tomb of Tutankhamun, Avaris vanished without a trace. For thousands of years, the Nile River coursed through Egypt before branching out into a series of tributaries that form the rich floodplain of the Nile Delta. Here, the Hyksos built their capital. But for over a century, its exact location remained one of the great mysteries of modern archaeology. Covered over by millennia of silt, Avaris virtually disappeared until 1975, when a team of Austrian archaeologists, led by Manfred Bitak of the University of Vienna, began investigating a site known as Tel el-Daba. Tel means mound, usually the site of an ancient settlement. Pottery recovered from hundreds of boreholes sunk into the Tel helped Bitak home in on Tel el-Daba as the site of ancient Avaris. To the trained eye, Avaris is clearly not Egyptian. Its dwellings and temples are similar to those found in ancient Canaan and Syria. Among the contents of the graves, weapons and pottery of Hyksos type have been found. But in the 1990s, Bitak made what may be the most important find of them all, the remains of a palatial fortress. Surrounded by a giant wall, its most prominent feature was a heavily fortified citadel, strategically located on a vanished branch of the Nile. Bitak believes this was the dwelling place of the Hyksos king, Ipepi. Kamorza had threatened to attack Avaris and drive out the Hyksos. Now, as he was about to make good on his word, Ipepi hatched a clever plan. In what is now the northern Sudan lay the kingdom of Kush, its capital, the city of Kerma. About 1555 BC, a messenger left Avaris and headed south across the desert towards Kerma, bent on a secret mission. But his journey would be interrupted. In 1991, John and Deborah Darnell of the Oriental Institute at the University of Chicago were exploring the desert a short distance northwest of ancient Thebes when they stumbled upon an ancient caravan road worn smooth by centuries of use. The road led them to a hill they call Jebel Jauti. What makes this desert cliff so unusual are the inscriptions. It's covered with graffiti. Left by travelers pausing for a rest along the road, some are prayers to the gods, some commemorate special journeys and events. But most are simply names and titles. The 4,000-year-old Egyptian equivalent of Kilroy was here. Among them are some real works of art.
This is probably one of the most lovely of the inscriptions we have here at Chaudi. It's a little royal falcon wearing a double crown. And what's wonderful about this particular inscription is you can really get a feeling for how the artist selected the area in which he was going to make the inscription. And there's this wonderful blush of salt coming out of the stone, and that little spot in the middle must have suggested the shape of the body of a falcon, because he chose just the right area to accentuate his carving. Also, we had a very difficult time when we were trying to make the original copy. Doing it from a right-handed position, it was almost impossible to complete. But we had a left-hander with us, and she had no problem making the inscription copy, so we assume that the original artist was also a left-hander.
The Darnells eventually uncovered a network of desert roads running north-south across the Nile's Kenna Bend and linking with other routes to the great oases in the west and to Nubia in the south. Guarding the roads was a chain of lookout posts manned by desert policemen. Today, what appears to be a pile of rubble was once a pair of towers, some 30 feet in height. The towers would play a key role in the war against the Hyksos.
These are guarding the caravan tracks that go to Jebel Chauti, and we know that this area is at the border of Thebes, the northern border of the Theban province. These towers appear then to have been in use around the time of Kamoza to guard the caravan tracks here and to be used as bases for the roving desert policemen who would be guarding the narrow door of the desert, as the Egyptians called it, this back door to Thebes.
For the Hyksos, the back door to Thebes was the road to disaster. Ipepi had hoped to defeat Kamoze by forging an alliance with the king of Kush and opening a second front on Egypt's southern border. But his plan was thwarted when his messenger was captured in the desert on his way to Kerma. Kamoze died before the Hyksos were finally ousted. The task would fall to his brother, Ahmose, the founder of the 18th dynasty. The first pharaoh to rule during the Age of Gold, Ahmose was bent on liberating Egypt. Determined to beat the enemy at his own game, Ahmose adopted some of the superior weapons of the Hyksos. Soon, horse-drawn chariots driven by Egyptians appeared on the battlefield. But the details of who exactly vanquished the Hyksos might have been lost in obscurity were it not for a remarkable set of inscriptions found near a tiny village called El Kab in Upper Egypt. In an unabashed display of vanity, a soldier in the pharaoh's army, also named Ahmose, left his autobiography on the walls of his tomb. Vivian Davis, keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum, sees a man who not only rose from the ranks to become an admiral, but was highly decorated for his valor.
The highest accolade that could be bestowed upon one as a soldier in ancient Egypt was to be awarded the Gold of Honor by the king. This man was awarded the Gold of Honor 7 times. He must have been a military hero of his age. He's shown, in fact, wearing the Gold of Honor proudly here. These armlets made of solid gold.
Ahmose began his illustrious career at the Battle of Avaris in about 1530 BC.
Here, for example, there's an account of a skirmish near Avaris in the water. He made a capture here and was rewarded with his first, Nebu Enkent, the Gold of Honor.
An armlet was awarded when an enemy was killed. "I made a seizure and carried off a hand," Ahmose declared. Lopping off a hand was Egypt's way of counting casualties. Live captives were considered booty. "I brought from Avaris 1 man and 3 women. His Majesty gave them to me as slaves." But the tomb recorded more than the soldiers' personal triumphs.
But most crucially, the tomb contains the information Her Chak Chutwaret. Avaris was taken. This means that King Ahmose had defeated the Hyksos.
The expulsion of the Hyksos reunited Egypt under a native king for the first time in over a century. But the king was not content. Wary of retaliation, he made 2 decisive moves. King Ahmose marched his army across the desert and laid siege to the Hyksos stronghold at Sharoen in southern Canaan. Then he forged a powerful alliance. A bull leaper and a labyrinth are 2 of the most famous symbols in ancient mythology. They come from the palace of Knossos at Crete, the legendary home of King Minos and the fabled beast, the Minotaur. powerful sea-going kingdom, the Minoans dominated the Aegean. Crete was a sprawling commercial center made rich by wine and olive oil, from which fleets of ships crisscrossed the Mediterranean. In 1991, while excavating a palace at Avaris built by King Ahmose after the expulsion of the Hyksos, Manfred Bitak and his team made an astonishing discovery. They uncovered literally thousands of fragments of Minoan frescoes, the first ever found on Egyptian soil. Among them were pieces of a fresco strikingly similar to the one painted on the walls of the palace of Knossos at Crete.
To our amazement, we found fragments which fit together to a scene of bull leaping. The technique of this painting is particularly Minoan and are amazing to be found in Egypt, because this is not an Egyptian way of painting. Also, the motive of bull leaping so far has only been discovered in the palace of Knossos.
Bull leaping evokes physical challenge and man's dominance over animals. A sport of great ritual significance to the Minoans, it was closely associated with the Minoan royal court, while the maze and frieze patterns were symbolic of Minoan palatial architecture. The presence of such motifs on the walls of an Egyptian palace implies a close relationship existed between the two royal courts. But what kind of relationship was it? Bitak thinks the two powers struck a mutually advantageous bargain, cemented perhaps by a royal marriage. Even after his victory at Avaris, King Ahmose still feared the return of the Hyksos, but an attack now could only come from the sea. The Minoans were the leading sea power of the time. By forging an alliance with them, Egypt would be defended. In exchange, the Minoans were generously rewarded. Their ships would return home laden with the legacy of the Age of Gold. Gold was the most sought-after commodity in the ancient world. For Egypt, possession of it was a priority, but the greatest reserves lay in Nubia. His northern borders secure, King Ahmose now turned south to seek revenge on the Hyksos' old ally, the Kingdom of Kush. A rich and powerful empire, it stretched from Egypt's southern border several hundreds of miles into the Sudan. Its capital, Kerma, was the oldest and largest city in Africa outside Egypt. Today, Kerma is in ruins, but its massive temple is still largely intact. 3,500 feet square, it's known locally as the Defufa. Though stripped of its outer casing and gnarled by time, the Defufa still dominates the surrounding landscape. In 1977, Charles Bonnet, director of the Swiss archaeological mission in the Sudan, began exploring the Defufa as part of a plan to investigate Kerma. To the side, a single gateway opens onto a stairway leading to a small chamber, the temple's inner sanctum. Near an altar made of white marble, Bonnet found the bones of sheep and goats, suggesting it was used for the sacrifice of animals.
We are here in the middle of an enigmatic monument, the Defufa. This Defufa, the name itself is strange. It's a Nubian name, meaning an elevation done by men. Here, this altar is maybe the center of ceremonies and we think that for offering, the priest killed some sheep on this stone.
From the chamber, another stairway leads to the roof, where ceremonies to the sun god were performed. Some 50 feet high, it commands a view of what was once a very impressive city. At its height in 1550 BC, Kerma would have been an awesome sight. A fortified wall 30 feet tall surrounded the homes and gardens of the nobility, the king's audience hall and palace, and the religious complex. Covered in white plaster with pylons over 65 feet tall, the defufa was magnificent, even by Egyptian standards. Situated on the banks of the Nile, the main trade route running north to south, the city grew rich not only on gold, but also by controlling the flow of exotic goods: ivory, ebony, incense, wild animals, and slaves, from the heart of Africa to Egypt and beyond. In time, Kerma produced its own highly skilled craftsmen.
I'm particularly interested with this small object of ceramics, which looks very, very beautiful.
Well, you are right, because it is something unique. A view of the door of the ancient city of Kerma, about 4,000 years ago. We can see the shape of the door with the loopholes on the summit, because naturally all the city was fortified. And the strange thing is, after use...
Salah Ahmed, director of excavations of the Sudanese Antiquities Service, is even more impressed by the pottery. A distinctive black and red and eggshell thin, it's one of the finest ceramics produced in the ancient world.
I think that the masterpiece is surely this bowl. And we found also gold, you know. We are in the country of the gold.
Oh, very interesting.
Everybody is thinking here that we look for gold only. And I am afraid to find too many pieces of gold. I will take it here.
One of the great mysteries of Kerma is how a kingdom with thousands of inhabitants could sustain itself in what looks like a barren desert. To find out, Derek Welsby of the British Museum and his team surveyed an area of 700 square miles south of the city, which were previously unexplored. There they discovered 400 ancient sites, most dating back to the Kerma period. When they were plotted on a map, they fell into a line along what turned out to be two old channels of the river, which have since dried up.
The banks are visible by the lines of vegetation on this side and this side, and the channel at this point, about 70 metres wide, is running almost due north. This discovery of these two channels of the Nile, as well as the channel that the present day stream flows in, gives some indication perhaps of the agricultural wealth of this area in the Kerma period.
With two more channels flowing through the Nile Valley, thousands of additional acres of fertile soil would have been available to the farmers of Kerma for growing crops.
Presumably this was all tied in with a network of supplying produce to the capital of Kerma itself, which lies some 55 kilometres north from here. And in many of these settlements we have large numbers of store buildings which may have been designed for the collection of this produce and for storing it before sending it on to the administrative centre in Kerma.
Derek Welsby made one more important discovery. Nature would play a cruel trick on the city of Kerma and the kingdom of Kush. Around 1500 BC, the two Nile channels began to dry up and the food supply began to diminish. Now, at the moment of crisis, a new, even more sinister threat loomed out of the north. The Egyptian campaign, first begun by King Ahmose to subdue their southern neighbors, was now in its third decade. Lower Nubia had fallen years earlier with little resistance, but further into the country, opposition was stronger. The soldier Ahmose, who fought so bravely at Avaris, had risen in the ranks. Officially titled Warrior of the Ruler, he now serves in the army of King Thutmose I. In about 1500 BC, the pharaoh sailed into the heartland of Kush, to the third cataract of the Nile for the final and decisive battle. A few miles north of Kerma, Thutmose engaged the enemy, led by the chief of the Nubians. His Majesty shot, and his first arrow pierced the chest of that foe, Ahmose reported. Then the enemy turned to flee. A slaughter was made among them, their dependents carried off as living slaves. The arrow still in his chest, the Nubian chief was hung upside down from the prow of Thutmose's ship as a grim warning. Then the pharaoh sacked and burned the Kushite capital. The victory was later documented by an inscription carved on a huge rock at Tombos, not far from Kerma. He has overthrown the chief of the Nubians. None of them has survived. The Nubian archers are fallen in slaughter, are spread over the plains. Their entrails fill their valleys. Their blood pours down like rain. With the conquest of the Kushites, Egypt laid claim to the richest gold fields in the ancient world. Enormous quantities poured into the treasuries of the pharaohs, along with exotic goods from Africa. Tomb paintings show Nubians bringing tribute in the form of gold to Egypt. The gold was carefully weighed in the scales and registered by the scribes. Inscriptions from the time of Thutmose III, the grandson of the conqueror of Kush, record that during 3 separate years of his reign, over 9,000 debons of gold were imported from the mines of Nubia, the equivalent of nearly 2,000 pounds, worth millions of dollars today. Bent on annexing Nubia to its expanding empire, the Egyptians pursued a deliberate policy of assimilation. Brought to Egypt as hostages, the sons of Nubia's rulers were installed in the palace and educated along with the pharaoh's children. There they learned the Egyptian language, wore Egyptian clothes, and even took Egyptian names. Once indoctrinated, they returned home to serve in the colonial government. The most powerful official in Nubia was the Viceroy of Kush. His charge to keep Nubia's valuable resources flowing into Egypt was reflected in one of his titles, the Overseer of the Gold Lands. One of the most famous viceroys was Merimose, who served for 30 years under King Amenhotep III from 1390 BC. A picture of him is carved on the back of the great rock at Tombos. The names of his master are enclosed in 2 ovals called cartouches. Under the cartouches are the figures of 2 captive Nubians, a symbol of Egyptian domination. Merimose was rewarded for his services with a tomb at Thebes, which included 3 beautifully carved hard stone sarcophagi. A remarkable burial for a commoner, it was a mark of the esteem in which he was held by the king. It was his master, Amenhotep III, the 9th pharaoh of the New Kingdom, who would reap the greatest harvest of the Age of Gold. Known as Egypt's dazzling sun, by the time of his death in 1352 BC, Amenhotep was probably the richest man on earth. The opulence of his court was unrivaled in antiquity. During a reign that lasted almost 40 years, Amenhotep transformed the landscape of the Nile Valley. He built a magnificent new temple at Luxor, made major additions to the temple of Amun-Ra at Karnak, and erected hundreds of statues, including the Colossi of Memnon at Thebes. Abroad, Egypt's wealth was the envy of the Mediterranean world, and the pharaoh's prestige never higher. Foreign kings wrote him, pleading for gold. Great king, king of Egypt, my brother, gold in your country is like dust. One simply picks it up. Why are you so sparing of it? I am engaged in building a new palace. Send me as much gold as I need. But during the imperial age, more gold flowed into Egypt than out. It even filtered down to those who served the pharaoh. One of the greatest aspirations of the Egyptian elite was to own a fine tomb, a house for eternity, painted with colorful scenes. High on a hill on the west bank of the Nile at Thebes is the tomb of a royal butler named Suemnuet, who served his king Amenhotep II and was rewarded with gold. Egyptologist Betsy Bryan of Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, has figured out he was wealthy enough to hire a large gang of painters and apprentices to decorate his tomb.
Here in this corner, we have the work of a real master painter, a specialist who really didn't even need to use the grid that you find on the walls throughout the rest of the tomb. He was able to come here and design these royal statues without any sort of grid at all, using a tiny, tiny brush where he was able to draw in the king's body and outline it several different times, which you can see with your own eye, until he got the outline exactly the way he wanted it. And then he would fill in with layers of color in order to complete the statue. This one itself would have probably been finished with black to indicate the resurrection of the king, a black statue, whereas this one would have had yellow skin, and probably this one would have had red skin by the time he was finished. But using this technique without a grid is extremely difficult to get proportions, and yet this man, because he was such a specialist, was able to proportion these figures absolutely perfectly.
A master could paint a wall freehand. Apprentices followed grid lines to get the proper proportions. Even then, novices or veterans, some were more skilled than others.
In this back part of the tomb, we actually have the area where they used the artists who were probably the most poorly trained, maybe some of those who were just beginning apprentices, and maybe some of those who were in fact reaching the very end of their career. In particular, we have an artist that we sort of affectionately call Old Yeller, because he was the person who was working on only putting the yellow paint on this particular wall. And unfortunately, Old Yeller does not seem to have had the greatest eyesight. So if you look on any figure where there's yellow paint, he approached, and wherever there had been a completely finished outline, face has been outlined, the eyes have been detailed, Old Yeller just paints right on over the eye.
While apprentices practiced their craft on the elite and wealthy, only masters were allowed into the tombs of the pharaohs. The largest and finest in the Valley of the Kings belonged to Seti I. One of only a few tombs actually completed, it consists of several rooms connected by a series of descending passageways that lead to the burial chamber some 300 feet from the entrance. Hollowing out a tomb took an average of 2 years. Decorating it took even longer. Because of the enormous amount of labor and skill required, an elite corps of craftsmen were permanently assigned to building the royal tombs. A few miles from the Valley of the Kings is a walled village the ancient Egyptians called the Place of Truth. Now known as Deir el-Medina, the village housed stonemasons, sculptors, draftsmen and carpenters, skills passed down from father to son. Unusually literate, the workmen kept written records on papyrus and bits of pottery and limestone called ostraca, of everything from the price of food to duty rosters. The records show they were an affluent community, as revealed in the size and quality of some of their tombs. But despite prosperity at home, storm clouds were on the horizon. With the death of Seti in 1279 BC, the gods that had blessed Egypt for so long finally turned their backs on the new kingdom. In the north, the Hittites were threatening Egypt's empire. In 1274 BC, Seti's successor, Ramesses II, met the enemy at Kadesh in Syria. Celebrated on Egyptian temple walls as a great victory for the new king, at best it was a stalemate that ended with history's first international peace treaty. The Battle of Kadesh was the beginning of the end of the imperial age. Ominously, the supply of gold from Nubia also began to dwindle. Climatic change had made the deserts more arid and more difficult to traverse. The last great pharaoh of the new kingdom, Ramesses III, could only manage an average annual donation of 9 deben to the Temple of Karnak, a paltry sum compared to the huge amounts lavished by his predecessors. But some Egyptians found a ready-made source of gold. By night, workmen who had once faithfully served their pharaohs now plundered the royal tombs. This transcript of a court case records the astonishing confession of a stonemason named Amenpnufer. We opened the outer and inner coffins and found the king's noble mummy. A large number of amulets and ornaments of gold were upon his neck. We stole many articles and divided them up amongst ourselves, 20 debens of gold for each man. Then we burned the mummy. Fearing for his safety even in death, the last king of the Age of Gold, Ramesses XI, left Thebes in 1070 BC without completing his tomb. No pharaoh would ever again be buried in the Valley of the Kings. Ironically, the greatest threat to the tombs came not from Thebes, but from the government of Egypt. Now in political and economic turmoil, central authority collapsed and the country split in two. With gold in short supply, the royal tombs offered an irresistible temptation. Under the pretext of protecting Egypt's heritage from robbers, the royal mummies were systematically removed from their tombs, stripped of their gold and other priceless treasures, then reburied in two secret caches. There they would remain for 3,000 years, until they were discovered in the late 19th century and their bodies taken to the Cairo Museum. Only one pharaoh escaped. Today, the forgotten tomb of Tutankhamun provides a tantalizing glimpse of Egypt's untold riches during its glittering Age of Gold. In ancient Egypt, life was good. But it was also fraught with inexplicable danger. To understand their universe, the Egyptians did a remarkable thing. They turned their hopes and fears into an astonishing array of deities and gave each of them a name. But even in the eerie realm of the supernatural, Egypt's gods and goddesses transcended the extraordinary. In Egypt, gods were plentiful, but they were also as complex and mysterious as the civilization that spawned them. Hathor, a woman with the horns of a cow, was the goddess of fertility, but when angered, she could also destroy humanity. Sekhmet, the lioness, symbolized the nurturing warmth of the sun, but she could also inflict its scorching heat. Selkit, the scorpion, could literally give or take your breath away. Her sting had the power over both life and death. The duality of the gods stemmed from an observation gleaned over thousands of years. The universe had both a good side and a bad. It had to be constantly checked and kept in balance. To maintain this delicate equilibrium, the Egyptians sought the help of the gods. Gods born at the beginning of time. According to Egyptian mythology, there was once no heaven or earth, no day or night, no life or death, only primeval darkness and water. Then, in a moment that mirrored the annual flood of the ancient Nile, the waters receded and land emerged, forming the mound of creation. From there, the creator, Ra, the sun god, rose for the first time, casting his radiant light on the world. Ra then created the deities of air and water and separated the earth from the sky, allowing the rest of creation to unfold. While a myth to explain creation is not unique, the Egyptian version was. To them, creation was not a single, isolated event, but an ongoing cycle of renewal to be repeated daily with the rising of the sun. The myth of creation was embodied in every temple throughout ancient Egypt. Unlike a modern house of worship, Egyptian temples functioned more like machines engineered to keep the cycle of the universe in motion and chaos at bay. Literally called the mansion of the god, each was carefully designed to mirror the cosmos at the moment of creation. Two large towers, called pylons, flanked the entrance. Designed to represent the horizon, they were aligned so that the sun rose between them. To ward off evil, the pylons were decorated with recurring images of the pharaoh overpowering his enemies. Inside, bathed in the life-giving rays of the sun, was the courtyard. This was as far into the temple as ordinary people could go. From there, a ramp led to a semi-lit hall filled with columns shaped like papyrus and lotus plants, representing the marshes which rimmed the edge of the rising mound of creation. Their buds and flowers evoke the fertility of creation about to unfold. Beyond lay the inner sanctum, where the statue of the god was the focus of a sacred ritual. Each morning, just before sunrise, a priest, cleansed for purity and draped in white linen, lights a torch to guide him through the darkness. In the inner sanctuary, he cleanses the air with incense to awaken the god who resides in a shrine prepared for his earthly visits. The priest identifies himself to the god. Only the king, a god himself, can stand in the presence of the deity unless he delegates his authority to a chosen one. "It is the king who sends me," says the priest. Then the shrine is opened, the god is unveiled, and the moment of creation is reenacted once again as it was in the beginning of time. The appearance of the sun evoked the true meaning and mystery of the universe for the ancient Egyptians, the promise of the continuation of life and the triumph over death. It also marked both the beginning and the end of an epic voyage. Every day, the sun god Ra travels through the sky from east to west in a solar boat on the waters of the celestial Nile. At night, he plunges back into the primeval waters of the abyss and descends into the netherworld, the domain of the dead. The cycle must be completed for Ra to be reborn. But the netherworld is a perilous place. Waiting to consume the god was a host of horrible demons. The worst was a creature named Apep. In the burial chamber of a pharaoh, the keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum, Vivian Davis, inspects an inscription describing the most dangerous leg of the journey.
This very important scene shows the sun god Ra with his divine attendants on his sacred bark on his journey through the underworld. This is a journey fraught with danger, as he will meet the powerful forces of evil, darkness, and chaos. Most prominent among them, a giant snake, Apepi, who seeks to destroy him. These hieroglyphic spells, however, will ensure that Ra emerges unscathed. This hieroglyph here, depicting Apepi, shows him to have been killed with a knife through his throat. And so, Ra, at the dawning of the day, will arise again, and the dead king will be resurrected with him.
The resurrection of the king, like the renewal of the cosmos, was a concept crucial to the continuation of the world as the Egyptians knew it. The ongoing struggle of life over death and order over chaos would come to dominate the everyday lives of the ancient Egyptians. For help, they looked to their gods as the first line of defense. But in the temples, access to the gods wasn't easy. If the people couldn't go in, the gods would have to come out. In the ancient capital of Thebes on the east bank of the Nile, the great temples at Karnak and Luxor stand testament to the power of the gods. Throughout history, every town and village in Egypt had a local deity. In Thebes, it was the god Amun-Ra. If the town produced a line of pharaohs, the prominence of the god rose. And so it was in Thebes. Beginning in the New Kingdom around 1550 BC, Amun-Ra reigned as the king of all the gods of Egypt. His cult statue resided in the main temple of the state, the magnificent shrine at Karnak, the largest in the world. Several times a year, the statue was escorted out of its sanctuary by a procession of priests to visit other temples. One was a small temple on the west bank of the Nile at Medinet Habu. Peter Dorman of the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute is recording an inscription commemorating a meeting between the pharaoh and the god. The temple was a very special place. The Thebans believed it marked the spot of the original mound of creation, where Amun-Ra and the other primeval gods first came into being.
This is one of the sanctuaries where the statue of the god Amun would have been brought at the culmination of the festival procession in order to receive offerings made to the statue by the king himself. And on the wall of this sanctuary, we have an image of exactly the kind of offerings that would be made. Now, the figures on this relief have been hacked up during the medieval period for superstitious reasons. But aside from the hacking, we can see very clearly the figure of the king on the right and the figure of the god Amun on the left, seated on his throne, and between them an enormous pile of offerings consisting of jars of perfumed oils, cuts of meat, different types of loaves of bread, vegetables. Below, a slaughtered carcass of a cow. The king, of course, is the representative of mankind, and by offering the fruits of the earth to the god, enabled the god to reciprocate by offering important things back to the king, such as eternity as kingship and the years of eternity upon the throne. And in this fashion, the offering would reconfirm the creation of the world for another year.
The procession of the god was the culmination of a festival, for the Egyptians, a time to celebrate. Borne aloft in a ceremonial boat, the statue of Amun-Ra was carried down the avenue of sphinxes to the temple of Luxor. Too holy an image to be viewed, the statue of Amun-Ra was concealed by a shroud. Along the way, specially built chapels filled with offerings provided rest stops for the god and the priests, while vendors lined the route supplying food to the masses. The procession was one of the few times when an ordinary Egyptian had direct access to such an important god. Communication came in the guise of an oracle. As the procession drew near, a petitioner would dash in front of the boat and call out a simple yes or no question to the god. Will an unpopular foreman be removed from the job? Will a loved one return from a journey safely? Should I buy this cow? A step forward signified yes. A step backward meant no. Oracles were the last word in divine intervention. The kings consulted them on the most important matters of state, war, a foreign expedition, or even the succession. But no one used them to greater advantage than Hatshepsut, the queen who would be king. Hatshepsut was the half-sister and wife of King Thutmose II. When he died, his son, Thutmose III, was too young to rule, so Hatshepsut became the acting ruler. But the ambitious queen had other plans. She donned the trappings of kingship and had herself crowned pharaoh. Stone blocks from the dismantled Red Chapel at Karnak, one of the rest stops of Amun-Ra during processions, document the event.
These blocks show the important gods of Egypt crowning Hatshepsut as king. Interestingly enough, the hieroglyphs that accompany the scenes sometimes refer to her as a woman and sometimes as a man. But the figures always show her as a man. Take this scene here. She's being crowned by the god Amun-Ra with the goddess Hathor in attendance. She's wearing the usual royal attire, in this case the Atef crown, the royal beard and the Shendid kilt. But you can see that her body is that of a male. This was very important for her, because the king of Egypt, the ruler of Egypt, always had to be a man.
To sanction this extraordinary move, Hatshepsut seized the moment. During a public outing, the god Amun-Ra stopped before her and pronounced via an oracle that she was the rightful king. Whether by divine intervention or human manipulation, the oracle carried the weight of truth. What was good for the gods was good for Egypt. But in everyday life, faith in the gods and their power would come closer to home. "1,400 years before the birth of Christ, this desert village, now called Deir el-Medina, was the home of the craftsmen who built the tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Today, the dry environment has preserved a unique glimpse into their everyday lives. Lives touched by deities and demons from the cradle to the grave and beyond. The greatest threat to life came at birth. At a time when 1 in 3 Egyptian babies died, pregnant women were considered magnets for demons. Giving birth was a joyful event, but like the creation of the world itself, it was surrounded by danger. On the day of delivery, the mother-to-be retired to the outside or the front of the house to prevent demons from overrunning the place. In many homes, archaeologists have identified what may be a birth box. Built to protect and shelter the mother and child, it was decorated with a parade of fierce-looking deities. The goddess Tawaret had the body of a pregnant hippopotamus, the tail of a crocodile, and often wielded a knife. Hippos were known to be fierce protectors of their young. The god Bes was a bow-legged dwarf with the mane of a lion and a protruding tongue, a gesture meant to intimidate enemies. As the birth drew near, a wand made from the tusks of a hippopotamus and adorned with figures of Tawaret and Bes and other defending powers was used to draw a protective circle around the bed and later around the crib of the newborn baby. Assisted by 2 midwives representing the Great Mother Isis and her sister Nephthys, the mother squatted on special birth bricks or stools while spells were recited invoking the gods for a safe and speedy delivery. A magician called a knower of things presided over the rituals. By donning a mask, he or she became the conduit for the deity Beset, the female form of Bes, often depicted holding a bronze snake in each hand. Ivory clappers frightened away any lingering danger. The Egyptians maintained a belief that the perils of this life could be overcome by invoking gods who had overcome their own hardships, especially Isis and Osiris. The epic saga of their ordeals would form the basis of many Egyptian beliefs and practices. According to the myth of creation, Osiris, the great-grandson of the creator Ra, inherited the right to be king, but his brother Seth was jealous. To gain the throne for himself, he lured Osiris into a coffin, slammed it shut, and threw it into the river. Isis, Osiris's wife and sister, went in search of her dead husband. When she found him, she used her magical powers to bring him back to life. But Seth was undaunted. Resorting to butchery, he chopped his brother up and again hurled him into the river. Isis recovered enough pieces to conceive a son. Osiris then descended into the underworld to become king of the dead, while Isis hid in the marshes to protect her newborn child, Horus, the rightful heir. One of the most popular amulets was the Wedjat, the Eye of Horus, the universal symbol of healing and wholeness. It represents the eye that Horus lost during the battle with the evil god Seth to avenge the murder of his father Osiris. Amulets were common to ward off evil and promote good luck. The Ankh, the hieroglyph meaning life, was a powerful symbol of protection. The scarab represents the dung beetle that crawls out of the earth daily, seemingly recreating itself. A potent symbol of renewal, it pushes its dung ball like the orb of the sun, rolling across the sky. Amulets could also be spells written on a piece of papyrus worn around the neck. One spell to quell a headache reads, "Turn back, Sahekek, demon which came forth from heaven and earth, whose eyes are in his head and whose tongue is in his buttocks. He feeds on filth. I know the name of your mother, I know the name of your father. Stay away from me." But the cause of an illness or adversity was not always clear. Perhaps the gods had been offended. To cover themselves, shrines to the gods were maintained in each house. The workmen at Deir el-Medina could worship the deities of their choice. A favorite was the snake goddess, Meretseger, she who loves silence. To make sure their pleas were heard, ears were carved on offering tablets made of stone. Poisonous snakes were common in the desert. On the theory that what could harm you could also be used to help you, the Egyptians deified the spirits of dangerous animals and invoked their help and protection. In the shadow of the Great Pyramids at Giza, archaeologists have uncovered the cemetery of the builders. While their tombs may be humbler than the pharaohs, securing an afterlife was no less important. In one, Zahi Hawass, the director of the Giza Plateau, has found a curse left by an artisan named Peteti.
This tomb is for one of the artisans who worked in building the pyramids since 4,600 years ago. As we see, his name was Peti. He built his tomb, what's left over of building the pyramids. He saved maybe big piece of limestone like that, and he wrote in this big limestone block a very interesting inscription, a cursive inscription. Listen what he's saying here. He said, from the left, listen all of you. I never did anything wrong in my life. This is why the gods likes me. If anyone will disturb my tomb, he will be eaten by the crocodile, the hippo, and the lion. His wife, in the other side, left the same inscription, but she added more hair and the scorpion and the snakes. And this is to show that women only in the past take revenge more than men.
The dead could be spiteful, but they could also be powerful allies. Because demons and deities resided in the underworld, villagers set up household shrines and made offerings to their ancestors. Now equipped with their own divine powers, the dead had direct access to the gods and could intervene on behalf of the family. To communicate with them, the Egyptians wrote letters to the dead that covered everything from legal problems to domestic strife to simple greetings. "How are you? Is the West taking care of you as you desire?" one read. "Please become an effective spirit. Let a healthy son be born to me," said another. But not all ancestors were willing to intercede. Those who may have been slighted in death or bore a grudge in life could come back to haunt the family. In 1200 BC, a man stalked by misfortune thought it might be the doing of his dead wife. To reproach her, he wrote a letter reminding her that he'd been a caring and faithful husband, and it really wasn't his fault that he was away on business when she died. Whether she was guilty or not remains to be seen. Identifying malevolent spirits and pernicious demons was tricky business at best. But on the final journey into the afterlife, there was no room for error. When the Great Pyramid was built around 2580 BC, it was a vehicle for the pharaoh to achieve immortality. The son of the sun god Ra, there was little doubt he would go to heaven. But even ordinary Egyptians were promised an afterlife, though getting there was full of hurdles. The secret of immortality lay in the myth of resurrection. In it, the sun god Ra descends into the underworld to join Osiris, the god of the dead, then reappears at sunrise, reborn. Because the journey was a treacherous one, the Egyptians compiled a list of magic spells called Book of the Dead. A virtual guidebook to the afterlife, it was written on papyrus or linen and placed with the body to help the deceased recognize the inhabitants and landscape of the underworld so as to pass through it unharmed. In it there are spells to help the deceased remember his name. A soul without a name vanishes from existence. One to sail a boat across the celestial river. To guide him through the proper responses on the Day of Judgment. To reunite a corpse with its human-headed soul. But in order to attain bliss in the Egyptian version of heaven, the Field of Reeds, the dead must first travel from west to east through the underworld, passing through many gates. Each gate was guarded by a demon who devoured the souls of those destined to die. The key to disarming them was to know their secret names. The eavesdropper, the barker, the bloodsucker, and the raging one with hippopotamus face. But the deceased were not the only visitors to the realm of the dead. At night, sleepers and dreamers also descended into the underworld to commune with the gods. A dream was believed to be a revelation of truth, and its symbolism, though not always clear, was an omen of good or bad. To find out which, the Egyptians consulted specialists who were gifted at interpreting dreams. One celebrated scribe at Deir el-Medina, named Kenher-Kopshef, owned his own Book of Dreams. The only one ever discovered, it contains reams of ready-made interpretations. If a man sees himself in a dream dead, good. It means a long life. If a man sees himself in a dream, his bed catching fire, bad. It means driving away his wife. If a man sees himself in a dream drinking warm beer, bad. It means suffering. But Egyptians with problems could also pay others to dream for them. By 300 BC, dreams were an industry in ancient Egypt, and interpreting them, big business. Not far from the pyramids at Saqqara, outside modern Cairo, a priest named Hor left a remarkable record of his career. In great demand for the accuracy of his interpretations, he documented his success on potsherds, a collection of 65 texts dating back to 147 BC. In one, he records his own series of dreams about the foreman of a labor gang and a ghost at the temples where he worked. Egyptologist John Ray of the University of Cambridge has translated Hor's text.
The priest, Hor of Sebennytos, had two dreams on one particular night. One of them was quite humorous and the other was much more serious. In the first one, he dreamt he was going down the avenue that runs across the site where he worked. And it's a moonlit night, and he's surrounded by tombs, and in the middle of the avenue, he sees a ghost. And the ghost looks at him and says, "Have you brought the food for 60,000 ibises?" If you can imagine the amount of food that you need for 60,000 ibises. And Hor thinks and says, "I've left it at home." And I think we've all had dreams a bit like that, where suddenly you've got to do something and you find you can't do it, or you've made a mess of it. But the second dream was more serious. On the same night, he dreamt that he was in a labour gang, something which probably in his life he didn't do much of, and which wouldn't have been very pleasant if he had done. The foreman of the labour gang comes up and pays the money for him to escape. If you like, he puts up the bail for Hor to go away. And Hor goes back to his hometown. But the people on the labour gang chase after him. They won't let him go. And he's surrounded by them and looks up, and there is the foreman of the labour gang, the one who paid his money. And the foreman says, "You are in serious trouble. I am not a foreman. I am a god. I told you before, do not worship any god except me." And Hor says, "I will not do it again."
Hor interpreted the dreams to mean he was to go to Saqqara and dedicate himself to the cult of the ibis-headed god, Thoth. By night, he was paid to dream. By day, he worked as a scribe, recording the temple's activities. Later, Hor would play a key role in uncovering a scandal that would rock the cult. Each year, thousands of pilgrims burdened by problems or difficult decisions came to Saqqara to elicit help by purchasing mummified animals to serve as messengers to the gods. The animals represented deities held sacred by the Egyptians.
To the modern mind, a site like this must seem very strange indeed. You've got temples, and they're dedicated to various forms of animals, cats, dogs, birds, what have you. And those animals are then buried, mummified, and go off to join the world of the gods. And for some reason, people come from all over Egypt, or even from all over the known world, to come and visit this site. Now, why do they do it? They do it mainly because they feel that those animals were part of a world beyond themselves. And by going into the world of the gods, those animals are in a position to communicate with them.
Thoth was the god of knowledge and writing. Horus, the hawk god of the sky, was the avenger of his father, Osiris. While most of the great temples of Egypt remained off-limits, animal cults were readily accessible to the masses.
Here you had something much more human, much more personal. Here you had gods who were interested in the world of the little man, who could actually help him to sort out his problems. Now, in the modern world, the nearest example of that would be personal therapy. And if you want to think of the world of those cults at Saqqara as a sort of therapist, then you wouldn't be far off the reality of what was going on.
Below the cult temples, a series of catacombs are jammed with jars containing the mummies of the animals sacrificed to the gods. In the galleries belonging to the ibis cult alone, there are over 1.5 million. A team of archaeologists led by Paul Nicholson of the University of Wales, working for the Egypt Exploration Society, has been exploring the catacombs to document the extent of the cults. Ibises were once one of the most common birds in Egypt. But at Saqqara, they were bred in captivity on a lake near the cult temple, carefully tended by priests. When they were needed, they were killed and mummified.
What happened to the dead birds would be that they would be taken from the lake and wrapped in linen bandages, traces of which can still be seen here. And in some cases they may have been eviscerated, in others they may have just been desiccated or dipped into bitumen. Whatever the method, they would then be wrapped in bandages. Inside here will be a bird, something like this. And quite elaborate bandaging could be applied to some of the examples. Occasionally we get little votive appliques showing one of the deities associated with the animal necropolis.
The sheer magnitude of the mummies at Saqqara suggests an industry ripe for corruption. Even so, Paul Nicholson was hardly prepared for what he found in the catacombs of the cult of Horus.
We know that roughly the same process went on for the mummification of the hawks. But since birds of prey are much more difficult to breed in captivity than ibis, we often find that rather than the mummy packets containing a genuine hawk or other bird of prey, what we actually have are parts of ibis or sticks or occasionally part of a falcon wrapped to look like the complete mummy of the god. And it's those substitute mummies which often occur in the vessels rather than the genuine item.
In 172 BC, the scandal broke. According to Hor, who recorded the event, 6 priests, 3 from the cult of the hawk, 3 from the ibis cult, were tried and convicted of swindling pilgrims by selling them fake mummies. The outcome was a series of regulations and routine inspections to prevent further abuse. While millions of creatures continued to be sacrificed at Saqqara, elsewhere the death of one special animal was a call for national mourning. At a temple in Memphis, a bull called the Apis was believed to be the incarnation of Ptah, the creator god of Memphis, one of Egypt's most important deities. In death, it was afforded all the rituals of a king, beginning with the process of mummification. Adjacent to the sanctuary, Michael Jones of the American Research Center in Egypt has identified the site where the embalmed body of the Apis bull was purified.
This magnificent lion bed is made of alabaster, a stone which was associated in the ancient Egyptians' minds with purity and cleanliness, which suggests that the actual dirty work that prepared the bull's body for mummification was done elsewhere, in another building somewhere else, and that this would have been used for the ritual purifications which were the final stage, preparing the bull's mummy for its burial in the Serapeum at Saqqara. The priests would have brought the completed mummy on a wooden carrying frame, placed it on the top of this lion bed within the riveted surface that you can see on the top, poured libations of water over the mummy, and then those would have been allowed to flow out through this spout at the end of the bed. And because they were so powerfully charged with the power of the god's mummy, they would have then been collected in this basin, not allowed just to flow away anywhere, but collected in the basin, whose enormous size gives some idea of the quantity of liquids needed for this ritual purification process.
After embalming, the sacred bull was carried to Saqqara for burial in the extraordinary catacombs known as the Serapeum. Here, a gallery several hundred feet long opens onto 28 massive chambers, each dwarfed by a giant sarcophagus carved out of a single block of granite weighing up to 80 tons. For 2,000 years, Apis bulls had been enshrined in the Serapeum, some in stone, the earliest in wooden coffins, dating back to the 18th dynasty when Egypt was in its glory. But ironically, animal cults would reach their zenith after Egypt was conquered, first by the Assyrians, then the Persians, and finally the Greeks. Egyptologists now suspect their rise in popularity was the direct result of an identity crisis. For the first time in its long history, Egypt was no longer the center of the universe. Under the sway of a new imperial power, the very essence of the world's most enduring civilization was slipping away. In the midst of the turmoil, the Egyptians fell back on the only thing that was truly their own, their mysterious religion. To a world that no longer envied their ancient culture, they were asserting by their devotion. These are our deities and demons, our gods. They are who we are. They are what set us apart. For 3,000 years, they are what made us Egyptians. On the 27th of October 1997, a rare object leaves the British Museum in London. Under tight security, it weaves its way through traffic and heads across town. To the casual observer, nothing seems out of the ordinary, but it is. At a nearby hospital, an Egyptian mummy is going in for a checkup, but the examination is far from routine. The coffin has never been opened. Now, its occupant will undergo a postmortem for the first time in 2,000 years. In a special room of London's Throat, Nose and Ear Hospital, a mummy is about to be unwrapped, the high-tech way. The patient is a young man named Artemidorus. He looks like a Roman, but his coffin is Egyptian. He lived during the 2nd century AD when the Roman Empire ruled Egypt. In the past, unwrapping a mummy usually destroyed it, and conventional X-rays only exposed the skeleton. But the technique known as computer tomography, a CAT scan, is non-invasive. It slices through the body using a highly sensitive beam of radiation that reveals everything from bones and teeth to soft tissue. The result is a series of detailed cross-sections of the corpse. Today, Joyce Feiler, an expert in human remains at the British Museum, is getting her first look at the young man called Artemidorus.
What we have here is a view of the mummy. You can see the torso and the skull here. Over here, a cross-section, a slice, as if it was going through this part of the skull here. Round about the skull we have masses of amount of linen which were used to wrap up the body. Here is the skull. This is the nose, obviously the front area of the skull. And here is the back of the skull. You can see in here that the brain has obviously been removed. But what's really interesting about this skull are these cracks which you can see at the back of the skull.
When CAT scans are assembled and colorized by a computer, two-dimensional X-rays are transformed into dramatic three-dimensional images, revealing details never before seen. At the Institute of Laryngology and Otology at the University of London, where the images were compiled, Joyce Feiler and surgeon Gus Aluzzi are examining the mummy to see how Artemidorus was embalmed. The first glimpse of his body uncovered a shocking secret. His coffin may have been exquisite, but his mummy was a disgrace. Several of his bones are crushed or dislocated, and his spine is out of alignment.
In fact, when you look at the chest from the top, you can see that the ribs have been squashed in,
Yes.
leaving no room for any organs, which I presume have already been taken out.
His legs and feet are twisted, suggesting his body was manhandled. Shoddy workmanship his embalmers thought would never come to light.
You can see the nose
quite
clearly, and it seems that that's where they've put the packing through.
Yes, but quite interesting. Remember some of the other mummies we've looked at? There was packing in the skull, but there isn't in this one. So there's no sort of standard way of doing this, is
But
there?
they've still gone through the nose.
Yes.
All the way to the top of the nose, to the skull base, and then through the sinuses and into the brain. I presume that's how they took the brain out.
Artemidorus was one of the last Egyptians to be mummified. In the 3rd century AD, the spread of Christianity put an end to the age-old practice after some 3,000 years. Ironically, the art of preserving a body was held sacred, and the details of how to do it were never recorded by the Egyptians. The only account comes from the Greek traveller Herodotus, who visited Egypt in 450 BC. The chief priest, representing Anubis, the god of embalming, presided over the ritual while the appropriate spells were chanted. The first step was to prepare the spices, resins, and oils. Next, the brain was removed. Using a metal hook, it was drawn out through the nostrils. Hot oil, a combination of resin mixed with beeswax, was poured into the skull where it eventually solidified. Next, an incision was made in the abdomen to take out the lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines. Here, timing was critical. Because of their high water content, internal organs are the first parts of a body to decompose. The organs were mummified separately. After drying, they were carefully washed and anointed with oil and resin. Then they were wrapped in linen and placed in one of 4 ritual canopic jars, inscribed with appeals to the gods, the 4 sons of Horus, for their protection. The heart was viewed as the seat of wisdom and left in place, while the kidneys were ignored, their importance not understood. Next, the body was packed with natron, a natural preservative consisting of a mixture of sodium carbonate and sodium chloride to draw the moisture out of the tissue. After 40 days, the natron was removed and the body anointed with oil and filled with linen to keep its shape. John Taylor, an expert on mummification from the British Museum, has evidence of the expertise of the embalmers.
This is an example of Egyptian embalming at its most sophisticated. The body of this elderly woman has been very carefully prepared, and you can tell that for a number of reasons. The hair is extremely well preserved. It would originally have been grey or white, but it's now been stained a reddish colour because of the resin which was applied to the entire surface of the body. The nose has retained its original shape, and this is an indication of the care of the embalmers. This is the incision which the embalmer made in the flank in order to extract the internal organs. The hands, and particularly the fingernails, are extremely well preserved. And this is another indication of the sophisticated techniques employed on embalming this particular lady. The fingernails have been held in position by winding very fine linen threads around each finger. And this is certainly not a feature of every mummy, and is an indication of the careful methods employed by hair embalmers.
For the average Egyptian, it took 2 months' wages to be mummified, and 2 months more to pay for the mask. But at any cost, the price was worth it. The Egyptians believed a person's spirit survived after death, but it needed nourishment. If the body was unrecognizable, the spirit would go hungry and its afterlife would be in jeopardy. A mummy was an insurance policy against oblivion. As early as 4000 BC, Egypt's dead were buried in shallow graves in the desert. The hot, dry sand naturally withdrew moisture, preventing the growth of bacteria and decay. Later, as burials became more elaborate, corpses were put in deep chambers. But without the dry heat of the desert sand, decomposition set in. To preserve the body, the Egyptians borrowed from nature and developed the art of mummification. In 1997, a team of archaeologists led by René Friedman of the University of California at Berkeley were exploring a cemetery at Hierakonpolis, the ancient capital of Upper Egypt, when they came across some graves that were relatively undisturbed. Though most had been plundered in antiquity, the remains were in remarkably good condition. One, an adult female, aged 20 to 35, was still covered in matting and surrounded by 7 pots filled with food offerings. She died around 3500 BC, and her head, hands and arms had been wrapped in narrow strips of linen. Until now, the oldest known artificially preserved mummy dated back to 2950 BC. But the discovery of resin on the skin and linen of some of the bodies at Hierakonpolis suggests that the Egyptians were experimenting with the art of mummification some 500 years earlier than previously thought. In time, the technique would be perfected. At the Egyptian Museum in Cairo is the most extraordinary collection of mummies ever assembled in one room. Here lie 10 pharaohs from 3 dynasties spanning 500 years. As the rulers of Egypt, they received the best their embalmers had to give. Even in death, Thutmose IV looks like a king. His arms are carefully folded on his chest. His fingers are bent as if wrapped around a royal scepter. Seti I is over 3,000 years old. Despite a broken neck, his face still appears astonishingly lifelike and serene. It also retains the look of majesty befitting the powerful man he was. His son, Ramesses the Great, fathered 100 children and reigned for a lengthy 67 years, but his body reveals the torment of living with worn and abscessed teeth and a painful limp from arthritis of the hip. The body of Ramesses V is so well preserved, it even retains a rash of tiny sores attributed to smallpox, a deadly viral disease. The body of Egypt's most famous king, Tutankhamun, still lies in his tomb, sealed inside a gold coffin. Examination of his mummy in the 1970s revealed that his head isn't so well preserved, but X-rays of his skull have sparked a heated debate. Some Egyptologists claim he suffered a blow to the back of his head and may have been the victim of an assassination. Robert Connolly of the University of Liverpool conducted the original studies on Tutankhamun's X-rays.
One of the earliest suggestions was that the back of the head may have shown some injury or perhaps some thinning of the bone, suggesting a blow to the back of the head. You cannot see anything on this X-ray. There is no evidence, no real suggestion of a blow to the back of the head. Other people have suggested there may be some injury here around the ear. That is a perfectly normal appearance for the skull. The only fragment of bone which is out of place is there. And we know exactly where that came from. That came from a plate of bone here, which separates the nose from the brain cavity. And during mummification, when they removed the brain, this was done by fracturing this bone through the nose and removing the brain through the hole. And that fragment of bone there really should be there. And that is the only abnormality. There is absolutely no evidence on this X-ray suggesting cause of death.
But in the case of Artemidorus, evidence of violence is more obvious. While looking at the CAT scans, Joyce Feiler and Gus Alusi noticed several cracks radiating from what appears to be a wound on the back of his skull.
You can see quite clearly some nice geometrical lines. Well, they're not nice because, in fact, these are, and if we can look at the back of the skull, you'll see that they're different from the normal sutures that you see inside the skull.
These are these lines, aren't they, here?
That's right.
Sort of wavy lines, which are quite normal, aren't they? And there doesn't seem to be any signs of healing, does it? They seem to be almost fresh, if
That's right.
you know, if I could say that.
That's right.
What do you think?
So that must have happened very close to the time of death. May have even been the cause of death, judging by the other damage to the rest of the spine and the feet. It could have been part of the embalming process.
But I suppose if it was the embalmers, it would have to be quite a lot of damage,
Quite a brutal force.
Quite brutal damage.
It could have had a big knock on the head with a large, heavy object.
Yes.
Difficult to speculate.
Proverbial blunt instrument. Yes.
If the mummy was damaged during embalming, wrapping it covered a multitude of sins. The bandages were made of linen cut in strips of varying width. Some were specially woven, some came from fabric used in temple rituals, and some from simple household items such as clothes and bed sheets.
These are very interesting because it's possible to tell from these mummy wrappings what kind of object the cloth was originally used in. The woven blue borders on this piece are typical of the kind of decorative edging found on many Egyptian garments. On this piece there is again a narrow border and also quite an extensive fringe. This may again have formed part of a garment or perhaps came from a bed sheet. And over here we have an example of a complete bed sheet, which is exactly the kind of thing which the embalmers used as the source of their cloth.
The torso was bandaged in layers several inches thick. The process took up to 2 weeks and consumed vast amounts of material. One mummy was wrapped in enough linen to stretch a half a mile. Between layers, amulets were secreted in specific locations around the body. Scores have been found on some mummies. Tutankhamun alone had 143, many crafted in gold. Some were images of the gods, others were symbols of eternity and strength. But the most important was a scarab beetle placed over the heart. Usually made of heavy green stone, it was a token of regeneration. A spell written on the back assured its owner his heart would not betray him on the day of judgment. O my heart, which I had from my mother, do not stand up as a witness against me, begs the deceased. The importance of the heart is vividly illustrated in the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells Egyptians took with them to the grave to help them over the hurdle of Judgment Day. Brought before 42 judges, the deceased had to prove his right to be admitted into paradise. Based on the belief that to know their names was to control them, spell number 125 contained detailed instructions on how to address each of the judges. I know you, and I know your name. Lord of Truth is your name, announces the deceased. Next comes a declaration of innocence of 42 terrible crimes. All the while the heart is weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. The jackal, Anubis, guardian of the underworld, checks the balance, while Thoth, the ibis-headed god of knowledge and truth, prepares to record the result. The monster Amit, part crocodile, part lion, and part hippopotamus, looks on, ready to swallow the heart laden with sin. If the deceased is found worthy, Horus presents him to his father, Osiris, the lord of the underworld. Now immortal, a mask of everlasting gold placed over the face will help guarantee eternal life. The word mummy comes from the Arabic word mumia, a black pitch-like substance known as bitumen, found in the Near East and believed to contain healing powers. When the Arabs saw their first Egyptian mummies, blackened by embalming oil, they thought they'd found a substitute for bitumen and ground them up for medicine. But it was Napoleon's ill-fated expedition to Egypt in 1798 that would arouse a passion abroad for anything Egyptian, especially mummies. Lured by the lucrative market in Egyptian artifacts, an Italian adventurer, Giovanni Battista Belzoni, sought his fortune excavating monuments and tombs. In a published account of his discoveries, he noted the astonishing number of corpses in the tombs surrounding ancient Thebes. Every step I took, I crushed a mummy in some place or another. Thus I proceeded from one cave to another, all full of mummies piled in various ways, some standing, some lying, and some on their heads. By the 19th century, mummies were so popular, it was not unusual for a gentleman on a tour of Egypt to return home with a corpse for a souvenir. Then an invitation would go out to his friends, a mummy from Thebes to be unrolled at 2:30, one read.
That'll be a surprise for this afternoon. Did you enter the tomb shed? Yes, we did. All the crew went to the tomb.
After a fine meal, the high point of the afternoon would come. The mummy would be unwrapped.
Now I have you a surprise, shall we?
Even if it was a sacrilege, audiences were enthralled at the prospect of gazing on the shriveled face of an ancient Egyptian from the time of the pharaohs. During the Industrial Revolution, Americans were even less sentimental and far more practical when it came to mummies. An audacious entrepreneur, Augustus Stanwood of Maine, manufactured paper from their linen bandages when there was a shortage of rags in the United States. Stanwood was able to import tons of mummies for less than 3 cents a pound, half the price of rags at home. But because the linen was discolored by embalming oils, the paper came out brown and was only suitable for meat wrapping. Production was halted when a cholera epidemic broke out, claiming among its victims the rag pickers and cutters of Stanwood's mill. The outbreak was perceived by some as the curse of the dead, but the tradition of brown paper in meat markets can still be found today. Perhaps the most shameful exploitation of Egypt's legacy was the use of mummies for firewood. In his book, Innocents Abroad, Mark Twain describes watching stokers shoveling mummies into the furnace of a steam engine when an engineer shouted, "Damn these plebeians, they don't burn worth a cent. Pass out a king." But the fodder for one man's joke was a source of inspiration to another. A British physician named Augustus Granville began his career specializing in the diseases of women and children. It struck him that mummies were an invaluable source of medical information if only they could be scientifically examined. On a mummy given to him in 1821, he performed the first real autopsy on an ancient Egyptian. From it, he was able to determine that the patient, a woman, had died in her 50s, perhaps of ovarian cancer, the oldest known case in history. Following Granville, Egyptologists took increasing interest in the scientific value of mummies. Today, Egyptian mummies are still contributing to medical science in ways never before envisioned. At the Royal Infirmary in Manchester, England, an anonymous female mummy christened 1766 is being prepped for a unique study. Looking on is Rosalie David, one of the foremost authorities on mummies and ancient diseases. Today, as part of the famed Manchester Mummy Project, 1766 is being examined for the first time using one of the most powerful X-ray machines available. Her exquisite coffin is gilded and inlaid with semi-precious stones. But what's inside is far more valuable to medical science. Using a technique called endoscopy, a tiny camera is inserted into the mummy through an opening in the bandages, and its progress tracked on a video monitor.
This side, I need to stay.
You're on the left now. This was really a breakthrough which the Manchester team pioneered back in the mid-80s, because it means that we are virtually non-destructive in our examination of the mummies and in being able to take samples which can then be studied.
To avoid contamination from packing materials and centuries of environmental pollutants, the tissue sample is taken from deep within the body. Tissue samples are vital to studies of ancient diseases, but today the team is also launching a long-term investigation into the use of pain-killing drugs in ancient Egypt. Although 1766's gilded mask suggests she was from a rich family, she may have contracted a painful and ultimately fatal parasitic disease. If so, drugs may have been given to her to alleviate her suffering. While their existence has not been proven, plants such as poppies have appeared in tomb paintings throughout Egypt, hinting that drugs like opium may have been used much earlier than ever believed. Special vessels resembling poppies have also been identified as opium holders, suggesting that opium was widely traded. The possibility that the Egyptians may have used drugs as painkillers intrigues anesthesiologist Dave Counsell, a consultant to the Manchester Mummy Project.
It's quite clear that drugs such as opium were in widespread use at around the time of Christ. There's written evidence describing opium, the harvesting of opium, its use as a painkiller, and indeed the side effects and problems of addiction due to opium. But what we don't know is how it was used before the time of Christ. By sampling human remains from various periods of history, we hope that we can identify when these drugs were introduced into usage and really push back the history of these drugs, perhaps as far back as 3000 BC, if not earlier.
Drugs which have been ingested leave chemical fingerprints in a body. To find them, the tissue sample is being reduced to a liquid, then a gas, for analysis by a mass spectrometer, which will determine its chemical composition.
We can pull up a mass fragmentogram.
If any narcotics are present, even minute proportions will be detected. The technique can also determine if drugs were administered while 1766 was alive, or whether they are byproducts of the mummification process.
The drugs we'd be particularly interested in are the strong, powerful plant-based drugs that we still in fact use in modern medicine today. Drugs such as morphine and codeine, which are both powerful painkillers and both derived from the opium poppy. We'd be interested in cannabis, which we know comes from the hemp plant and which we know was around in ancient Egypt as far back as 3000 BC, because we know they were making ropes.
While the verdict is not yet in on drugs in the ancient world, mummies will soon be entering another exciting new realm of science. Locked inside them are priceless fragments of DNA, each containing potential clues to the origin of a deadly disease. Researchers hope that by tracing their evolution, they may find antidotes for malaria and hepatitis, and these ancient killers could one day be eradicated. The making of a mummy was only the first step in the quest for eternity. The funeral followed a fixed sequence of events, beginning with a procession from the family home. For a real send-off, professional mourners streaked with dust were hired to pull their hair and clothes. Next came servants carrying the dead's personal possessions. Until now, the body was still considered an empty shell. To restore its senses and bring it back to life, the most important ritual was the opening of the mouth ceremony. A papyrus in the British Museum shows a priest wearing the mask of Anubis, holding up a mummy. The jars represent cleansing. The adze was used to touch the eyes, ears, mouth and nose of the mummy. Symbolically opening each of the senses brought the body back to life. Finally, the coffin was placed in the burial chamber and the tomb sealed. In Egyptian tomb paintings, their owners and their families usually appear healthy and in the prime of life. But their servants and ordinary workmen appear with a wide variety of ailments, reflecting the harsh realities of life. For the past 3 years, Margaret Judd of the Sudan Archaeological Research Society has been exploring a cemetery in northern Sudan to find out how the dead really lived. So far, she's excavated several burials located near one of Egypt's trade routes to Central Africa. Their bones and teeth confirm that the life of a trader was not always easy.
This individual here is a young male, approximately 25 years of age. And you can see that the teeth are abraded, which is due to cultural practice. That can be caused by the diet or an alternative use of the teeth as a tool. There are very few cavities in these individuals, although this one does have a slight abscess right in the lower left mandible.
Part of the problem was sand. In the desert, sand got into everything, including the most common staple, bread. A steady diet of sand could wear away even the strongest teeth in no time. But his teeth were not his only problem.
The individual also has a couple fractures. The right forearm is fractured. There's a midshaft fracture to the ulna and radius, which is often due to fending off a blow. The ulna did not heal properly. The radius, however, is perfectly healed. The lower leg also has a healed fracture. It's the left fibula and tibia, and the fracture has fused upon healing. And because the fibula isn't necessary for transportation, the individual probably did not have any problem walking at all.
One of the most extensive collections of ancient Egyptian human remains is kept at the Medical School of Cairo University.
Roxy, here are your bones.
Roxy Walker of the Bioanthropology Foundation has been examining the skeletons of 2 females, one a commoner and one a queen. Just by looking at their bones, she can tell who's who.
4,000 years ago, this young woman lived and walked on the banks of the Nile. She led a hard life, dying at the relatively tender age of about 20. And we can see this by looking at such indicators as the extreme wear on her teeth, We see from her vertebrae that she had early arthritic changes. This is consistent with both carrying heavy burdens and with leaning over and painfully grinding grain. If we look at the bones of her upper arm, we see that the circumference is pretty robust, and there are several ridges where her upper arm muscles were actually attached. With this young woman, who died perhaps 18 months to 2 years younger, and you see, comparing the two left humeri, how this one is much more gracile or graceful. Indeed, her hand is slender, refined, with beautifully manicured nails stained red with henna.
The identity of the first woman is unknown, but the name of the second is Queen Ashait. Her hair was beautifully prepared. Scenes show the hair of such queens being carefully dressed by a servant. Hair was a major preoccupation of the elite. A common affliction in ancient Egypt was head lice. Contrary to popular belief, lice are not the product of poor hygiene. They only live on shafts of clean, healthy hair attached to the scalp. The frequency of lice suggests the Egyptians washed their hair routinely. To prevent an infestation, some relied on regular combing and the use of oils. Others cropped their hair and wore wigs. Wigs were equally popular with men and women who valued them as status symbols. With a wide range of styles to choose from, the Egyptians changed wigs like hats. One of the most elaborate was a double wig consisting of two separate sections, waves or curls for the top of the head, and braids worn over the shoulders. Joanne Fletcher of Manchester University has made a career studying ancient tresses. She's found that when it comes to hair, the Egyptians had a lock-on style.
Here we have possibly the most wonderful hair remains from the whole of ancient Egyptian civilization. We have the hair of a couple that lived around 3,500 years ago. This is the hair of a young man who died around the age of 30 to 35. And then the very best piece, this is the hair of his wife, who died rather later, aged around 55 to 60 years of age. And we can see from the top section her natural hair, quite fine. She was obviously going quite grey towards the end of her life. And the hairdressers, as a postmortem addition, had actually woven in false hair, human hair extensions, which were braided in very, very carefully. The style itself represents a very ornate, distinctly artificial style, the so-called Hathor style.
The lady in question worked hard to look her best in the afterlife. Her hair, a mass of false braids and curls, was copied from sculptures of Hathor, the goddess of beauty. The curls were worn over the chest and held in place with a setting lotion made of beeswax. The attention paid to hair was as crucial in death as it was in life. An Egyptian's final appearance on earth was the prelude to eternity. Though looks were no guarantee of immortality, some would achieve it in a most unusual way. Today, one of the British Museum's prized possessions, the 2,000-year-old mummy of Artemidorus, is coming back to life. Now that his post-mortem is complete, the museum is anxious to see if the face on his coffin is an idealized portrait or a true representation of the young Egyptian. To find out, João Campos of the Institute of Laryngology and Otology, University of London, is combining his knowledge of human anatomy with computer technology to reconstruct a likeness.
We start with a three-dimensional model of the skull of the mummy, which we got from the CT scans. And based on that model, we identify a series of landmark points. Then we add the soft tissue thickness to each one of these points, because they vary according to the location. To give a more realistic view, what we do is we map the portrait that we got from the case of the mummy. We map that portrait into the reconstructed face. So we have the real texture of the eyes and the eyebrows and the lips and the skin. And the result is a very realistic view of the face.
It seems the real Artemidorus had lost the blush of youth. His face appears fuller and more robust. Clearly, the artist thought his image could be improved. In the past 2 decades, mummies like Artemidorus have been X-rayed, probed, autopsied, and analyzed to satisfy our curiosity about the ancient Egyptians. Now, in an extraordinary turnabout, modern physicians are enlisting the aid of ancient mummies to help save time and lives. Gassaluzzi specializes in ear surgery, a procedure that's both dangerous and tricky. Because of the possibility of damaging the delicate bones in the skull, he's been exploring a novel way to improve the odds.
We've been investigating ways in which we can minimize the amount of risk associated with this type of surgery, improve the safety, and reduce the amount of time that it takes to perform the surgery. In order to do that, we've looked at a variety of ways, one of which is the applications of virtual reality in surgery.
The realm of virtual reality is entered through a graphic 3-dimensional image of a mummy's skull. For the first time, CAT scans like this allow physicians to explore the inner landscape of the ear in detail and plot their procedures before surgery.
This kind of data cannot be just taken from existing scans on patients, because the amount of radiation involved to produce such good quality images would have meant a very large dose of radiation.
The greater the dose of radiation, the more detailed the images, but also the higher the risk of harming living tissue. To get the best pictures without injuring patients, hospitals are using mummies to calibrate their CAT scanners.
Go and destroy those who desecrated the tomb of our princess. He who robs the graves of Egypt dies. He who robs the graves of Egypt dies.
According to the 1950s horror classic, The Mummy, a violent death came to those who disturbed their eternal rest. But in 1995, the mummy's curse turned into a blessing. For Yolanda Sykes and her son Christopher, a visit to the British Museum in London is more than a day's outing. Although he doesn't know it yet, Christopher is about to come face to face with an old friend. During a previous pregnancy, his mother developed a condition called pre-eclampsia, which can cause stunted growth of the fetus. When Christopher came along, doctors at St. Thomas's Hospital decided to keep an eye on him in the womb, using a technique they pioneered to scan mummies for the museum, but this time modified for an ultrasound machine.
Eyes. Hey, can you see her eyes?
The technique was perfected on an Egyptian priestess nicknamed Jenny.
When you were a baby in my tummy, at the hospital they took special pictures of you in my tummy, and they used that same machine to make the pictures. They used it on Jenny. And how old are you, Christopher? So nearly 3. Well, Jenny's 3,000 years old. Hmm? And you see beautiful pictures on her?
Christopher is healthy and happy thanks to Jenny, the mummy who reached across time to share the gift of life.
And where her ears. Show me.
There?
Yeah.
There?
And she thinks she's got an ear around the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm? And her hair, she got stripy hair at the top.
Today, mummies are no longer exotic curiosities, monsters of legend, or even simple works of art. Today, the dead stand with the living on the threshold of the future. For an ancient Egyptian seeking immortality, what more could be bliss?